Greetings to you all. Thank you so much for making time to join us for this great show where we are looking at the latest on the political development in the country and the state of the nation today, having heard that state of the nation address by the president to the both houses, and what came up into play that is of great interest to us Kenyans, and how do we respond to the same for the profiting of the nation. So you're free to join us from wherever you are. Please make use of the link in the comments, and it will land you into the studio for us to discuss further. But all in all, Kenya here, and things are happening, some good, some bad, but we are here. Let's ensure that we are on the right side of history, doing what is required of us to make Kenya great and comfortable for each and everyone Kenyan. The best Kenya is the Kenya for all Kenyans. Kenya where every Kenyan is free to be Kenyan and doesn't need to apologize to be. And so let's look to this. You are free to come in. Thank you, all of you that are joining. Mike Sent, we appreciate you. Lagat, thank you so much. Melchizedek Geno, thank you so much. You are welcome. Irene Wekesa, welcome. Isi haitawahi fanyika. Nini hiyo haitawahi fanyika? John James, thank you so much. Let's have a great, a fruitful session. Thank you. Please, wherever you are, let us know where you're watching us from and what you think about the current state of affairs in the country and how do we make most out of the same. Kenya for all Kenyans is possible. If that is what you are referring to, Irene Wekesa, if we take responsibility to build this nation, it will deliver to us the kind of world we need to ensure that nothing is impossible. When people come together for the good of the land, things happen. And when they happen, the good of the land reaches to each and every individual in that particular visiting. And so all we need is to take responsibility. Thank you to those of you that are joining. We really are grateful that you are doing the same. Let us join in as many as possible. Make use of the link in the comments and come in the studio. Let us talk. The president had a lengthy speech today that made him complain of being tired. An issue for us to look into. Who are this speech for the president to an extent that he capacity to keep going begins to run out? Is it that he is due to retire? Joe Cool, how are you?
I'm okay.
You've overworking the president.
Yes.
You've overworking the president. Why are you giving him long speech?
No.
Yes.
I think the people are just agitated.
Yes.
We have a society of people who cannot tolerate anything.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, they see it as if there are people who just hate the president. I think that's what I would say. Not for any good reason.
Yes.
Just because the president is not speaking their language.
Hey, that is too strong.
Yes. Yes.
Sawa. So what do you make of the president's address today?
Talking about what? The president today?
Yes, the address, State of the Nation address today.
Yeah, of course, the president captured most of the key things. He talked about infrastructure. He talked about the healthcare. He talked about, let me say, he captured at least all that Kenyans are yearning for. So I don't think anyone who is against what the president was saying, let me say, they just hate the president. And the reason why they hate the president is just, for selfish reasons. Is either the president is not speaking their language, or they're just afraid of, they don't just want to hear the president talk. I think that's the whole thing. But to me, I feel the president captured the imagination of the people. So he spoke the minds, and he spoke exactly, he outlined what his agenda is as he heads into the final year of his term. Of course, when you look at a number of things, of course, I'll just be honest, he has captured at least everything. On the medical aspect, of course, when you look at the number of healthcare facilities that has been started in this country, there are many. At least every other area, every other region has enough medical facilities. What is left is now to improve the capacity of these facilities to be able to handle the overwhelming numbers of the people who are going to these facilities. Employ more healthcare workers, and also improve on the service delivery. That is all. Another thing that the president talked about is the issue of lending. Of course, talk about the other day, the president was able to give us a relief, especially the youth of this country and the adult population. Kila mtu mwenye ako kwa CRB ametusaidia sana.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Bernard.
Good evening to Rupia.
Can I give you my sister to greet you? I know you are prayerful, but greet my sister. Can you greet them? Just say hi.
Hi.
Hi, our own sister. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Welcome to the show.
Usimwangalie sana, hiyo imetosha.
Rupia. Hiyo kesi yako sifungui sahi, wachie tu hapo. But thank you for introducing me to your sister.
Welcome.
Okay, Jokul, malizia wateja waingie tuongee.
Wacha niwapishe nafasi at least wa make comments zao, then I will be coming back.
I think it should be, you should give us a session, the freestyle session kind of.
Rupia, relax. It is still freestyle. We're doing opening remarks.
Oh, it's opening?
Yes,
we haven't gone to the deep end yet. So let's hear Omar and then come to you.
Anyway, we are happy about the State of Nation address by the president.
Omar, take it.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello, Omar. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, nitaongea kwa lugha ya kitaifa.
Karibu asante.
Leo ndo nilikuwa natafuta hiyo siku yote vile nitaingia, wenzangu wanamuongea na waangalie tu hapo. Yani hii ni yenyewe nimependa sana. Kila siku nakaa na shida, nikijaribu kuingia naona watu wamejaa, natoroka.
Pole, lakini sasa umefika. Karibu.
Leo nimekuja mapema.
Asante.
Sasa leo ilikuwa mada kuhusu rais vile amezungumza.
Yes, maswala na speech ya rais.
Speech yake ya leo haikuwa mbaya. Alikuwa anazungumza kuhusu mambo ile amefanya kwa hiyo miaka yote amekuwa kwa power, na mazungumzo ile amezungumza, kuna ile imefurahisha watu na kuna ile imekasirisha watu. Unajua watu wote hawachukui maoni ya mtu, kuna wale itawafurahisha na kuna wale hawajaridhika. Sasa kulingana na mimi, speech ya rais vile amezungumza, kwanza ile amezungumza imenifurahisha kuhusu mambo ya BBI. BBI kuna watu walikuwa wanahota BBI imekufa. Sasa hii pali watu wanalala hawatalala leo. Kuna wale wengine watapelekwa hospitali kusikia tu jina BBI. Ile kitu rais amenifurahisha kuhusu hiyo mambo ya BBI, tulikuwa tunadhani hiyo mambo amesahau, lakini amesema kwa njia yoyote, kama I think kama sijakosea, kama yuko kwa panga, lazima hiyo kwa njia yote, lazima hiyo BBI itapita. Hiyo ndio imenifurahisha. Alafu kitu ya pili amezungumzia kuhusu mambo ya COVID. Amezungumzia mambo ya COVID, amenifurahisha hapo, akasema haoni kama atafunga economy kwa sababu hii mambo ya lockdown imetuumiza sana, na watu wafanye mambo ya vaccine, yani watu wadungwe kwa vaccine kwa wingi. Na hiyo ndio jambo mawili ndio imenifurahisha hapo, na naweza kuachia wengine wamalizie pahali mlikuwa mmefikia, lakini nitarudi, niko tu.
Sawa, karibu. Rupia, karibu.
Asante sana Bernard. Mimi kwa maoni yangu, mimi nimefurahi kabisa kwa sababu leo rais ameongelelea mambo ambayo imekuwa ikitusumbua kwa muda mrefu. Kwanza hiyo ya BBI. Now, I also have to inform you that yesterday we were celebrating the new TV in town, Ramogi TV. That is a Luo TV, and we are very happy about that. And what the president talked about, as my friends here have also said it, is that COVID has actually killed a lot of businesses. He also talked about the issue of CRB, which is affecting most of us. You know, when he talked about CRB some days back, the banks have not taken the action to.
Hey.
Somebody is calling me, and I just want to. We are actually urging the president to follow up on this issue of CRB. Let our names be removed. He said it, and it's a directive that has been given by president. And we also thank the president for actually leading us. He has really guided this country in the right direction. Since he left his deputy, is never interfering with him. You know, the deputy has actually perfected his campaigns for 2022. However much he's telling us that he is not campaigning, is working. We know very well he's campaigning. And the president is focused on delivering the, is it the agenda 4? So we are very happy about the address that the president gave today. He said he is not going to close the country because our economy is down, and we need to actually catch up with the economies that we are at the same level with. The Chinese are also giving us the SGR, so we are going to control the SGR. We are very happy about that. The president is also almost done with the expressway, and so many projects that he initiated, which are real projects. Like I know projects that were stalled in Kisumu, they have now picked, and they are like most of them are now at their last stages. So everything that was said there, what I would like to request, there's a section. There are people that are in government and they are hitting government hard. Those are these people in yellow ties. The yellow tied guys should respect the president, because he's the president right now, and he's the president up to 2022 9th September, where the right honorable will take over. And you also have to know that, because I will only urge them to respect the president of the day, because anybody, be it William Samoei Ruto, if he becomes president, you will want that respect. So, like somebody called Didimas Baraza was saying that the president is going to lie and say wrong things. My friend, you know, if we cannot be in a propaganda state. Didi Nyoro was saying that there were buses that ferried people to Nyeri. He was even mentioning schools that does not exist, like Kondele High. We don't have a school called Kondele High. Like Kisumu High, we don't have a school called Kisumu High. Sia High. In fact, all the schools that he mentioned, those schools does not exist within the Republic of Kenya. So we were not the kind of propaganda that is being propagated by the other side is very unhealthy for this country. We know they have fleeced this country to death, and they should be very sorry for Kenyans. They have actually stolen a lot of money from us, and there's corruption at its peak, and that is what we must stop as a country. The thing that I'm happy about is that the conversation about the economy is good, and we are going to a dispensation that we are going to get a government that delivers, not a government that lies to Kenyans and they come with the excuses. Like now, if there are so many promises that were made by Jubilee administration when they were starting, and especially specifically made by the deputy president, and most of them are not fulfilled. We have seen this. So again, I expected the president to give us the Jubilee scorecard, which I don't think is a lot, because the state of the nation right now, it's just telling us that the government of the day did not actually prioritize the Kenyans' interest. They did not put that into place. So going forward, we want a government that will actually prioritize the things that we want done, the things that affect us directly. Like when you talk about water in Ukambani, it's a very big problem. They are in a predicament. Let us get water. Let us irrigate, because in Egypt, when you go to Egypt and Mesopotamia, those people are actually surviving on irrigation, while relying entirely on the water from Lake Victoria through the Nile. Is it the Blue Nile or the White Nile? I'm not very sure. But they are excelling. What about Kenya? Kenya, we have the Indian Ocean, and it was ruled recently that there's some demarcations that will be changed. In fact, I have to applaud President Uhuru Kenyatta for standing firm on the issue of Somalia dispute.
Is it that you cannot get me, or what?
I exceeded my time. Thank you. I have seen you have muted me. I'm following. Thank you.
No, I'm asking, are you able to get me? Hey, this is serious. Now, you guys, let's ensure that we keep concise so that the debate remains strong. But it's okay to give your views on all matters, but with the interest of the country and the interest of those that are on the queue. Let's not take all the time and turn this into a monologue. Thank you very much for your patience and continued following. Please, let's restrict ourselves to the topic of the day as much as possible, not to bring the whole, the whole Indian Ocean inside one cooking pot. We may not have the soup, okay? Thank you very much. So, politics and politician, the State of the Nation address, the BBI revival, IEBC independence.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Are you getting me?
Very
So
clearly.
I
Go
was
ahead.
okay. I was trying to talk about the state address which was made by the president today. Actually, the address was the last address for the president, and actually he has to make it to look good for everybody, and that's why everybody was happy, because the way the president was giving his the state address, and actually he addressed very many very many key points, which actually many people, it went to their ears very well. But from my own aspect is that this kind of state address was a bit empty, because it is not going to be practical, because the president is actually reaching towards the end. And actually, he even talked about the PPI, and I am very sure 100% PPI is dead. It is gone. It will never come by. Or maybe after the election, we are going to start something, amending the constitution in a different way. So, by the president trying to talk about the BBI, I think that is actually trying to make other people to feel okay, but it's not going to happen, because even if you look at the remit of the constitution, it will not happen. And by the time we are going to have election, and after that, the president will not be the president of the state anymore. Also, when he was trying to talk about CRB, and people have been put in the CRB, actually, he is just talking, but actually making those things to be in action will never be, because the company which gives people money, maybe this one, which are online, they are not going to remove you from the CRB without you paying. You have to follow the procedure of you being removed from the CRB so that you can be removed. And also, if even today, with that address that nobody should be put in the CRB, if you default from paying the loans, I am very sure you will be put in the CRB. And if you will not be put in the CRB, then you will find that the people who give money online, they will just talk among themselves, and you will not find any loan or any lending from any bank or from any SACCO. So that's actually something which is not going to be done. So that's what I can talk, because I don't want to make this one to be a monologue. Rubia, the BBI, forget about it.
Okay. Now, politics and politicians used to be to not to believe the president. Why don't you believe the president?
The president actually is heading towards the end. What is remaining is around 8 months. It's not going to do anything. About BBI, it can never happen. Look at the constitutional framework. You know, we should talk also when we are looking at our constitution. The president is one person in the state.
Politics and politician. You need to. You don't appreciate the fact that the constitution amendment doesn't have to take place before the 2022 elections. The process can begin and then get concluded later on.
With the current scenario, I can assure you, if we are going to finish after we have done election, then we are going to have a new way of amending the constitution. It does not have to be the BBI. That's what I'm trying to put across. And again, it is with the Supreme Court. And I'm very sure in the Supreme Court, it is going to fall flat, and that will be the end. So when we are looking at BBI, let us be sober. And some time back, I told Rubia that the BBI is not going to end well. Lege was to be stopped, but Rubia told me, no, you are a tanga, you are talking this and this. But that was the truth. Because
okay, thank you
the
for
way
your
we
givings. Let's let that rest there. We are coming back to
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Magara, your hand is up. What, you have a question? Unmute first. Mr. Magara, your audio is not clean. Yes.
Are you getting me?
Now. Yeah, that's now better.
I'm saying,
yes.
Point of information, the president does not speak. The president does not speak out of ignorance. Presidency is surrounded by very many advisors. So I will not be ready to doubt what the president has said. And secondly, I find it there is some noise somewhere. Yes, I'm saying I find it funny for our friends from the other side of the coin. When the name BBI comes, they jump and they say it must stop. When the matter is still where? At the Supreme Court, and we don't know the ruling that will come, and they say it is dead. But then again, when they go to the backyards, still they say they are championing. They are the people who are championing for those good things that are in BBI. So I wish these guys could remove politics from issue of constitution. Constitution amendments is not about politics. So the 2022 is not the constitution. Constitutions are amendable anytime people feel. In fact, some countries amend their constitution every election cycle. That when you are electing a candidate, there is some questions you are asked to answer so that they amend a constitution. So on BBI, I feel the president has a point, solely that the critic, because they want to satisfy the ego, they want to push him to a certain corner.
Okay.
As outgrown. Right now, he's a statesman. What he wants to be a statesman. That is all. People are busy poking holes, busy. Where Tanga are right now is where ODM was those long days ago when they were in funds. They are behaving like teens. They are not looking at the matters of national importance. Like now, what is the problem if the president says about BBI and about CRB? CRB, since the when we had, was it Jamhuri or Jamhuri, the holiday, automatically citizens are not listed with CRB automatically. Leave alone the loans that were before. It's upon the banks to decide on how to deal with their lending. Otherwise, banks were lending before CRB. Are you seeing that? So what sometimes let us, how amazing is it that the people who are not supporting the president, we are now supporting the president. In fact, I didn't vote for him twice. But right now, I'm seeing a statesman who wants to unite his country, who wants the good for his country. Whatever, he even highlighted his experience as a leader. But people want to pick something out of it, and I find it funny. I wish we could play politics separate. However, on BBI, there is something I'm sensing. Probably the president knows more than we know. At the Supreme Court, something, probably there is a result that they are expecting, or if not the Supreme Court, there is another option they are weighing. So if, look at the president who is looking at the gains that were in the BBI. Look at that 5% of revenue going to the counties. That one it's a very positive idea. It was not workable with the current constitution. Secondly, look at the World Fund. Several counties have tried implementing it, they have failed. Are you seeing that? So when you find people attaching Ruto, Raila presidency to BBI, I find it funny. Otherwise, what has Ruto ever supported in this country? He has been against any progressive development. Start with multipartyism, go to the 2010 constitution. Right now, he's fighting BBI. He's telling us that we will be a one-man person who will be giving money to people without systems. So if we go to personifying these two gentlemen who are going for presidency, I find a lot of fault with Ruto. Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Samagat. I believe that's clear enough. And for the rest of the panelists, sorry, let's keep the point. Somebody's mic is on. Please keep your mic mute. Tafadhali, it's important to stick by the standing order so that there is smooth flow, and this program is being recorded, reviewed. So when we create noise, we are spoiling the show. Thank you very much. I think we go straight to James. James 1.
Good evening.
Good evening to you. How are you?
I'm fine.
Aya, mlima kumenyesha?
Yes.
Mlima kuna manyunyu ama kuna mawingu?
Mimi siko kwa mlima, niko Nairobi.
Aya, karibu jiji.
Niko Nairobi.
Good.
Yes. So today's State of Nation address captured the Kenyan spirit. The president was very clear that a nation has to stay constantly reviewing its systems, particularly the political stabilization. Why? Because people are not robots. Circumstances change. Look at the situation like the one we are having in Ethiopia. Who would have said a country that was growing at 10% consecutively for many years would disintegrate within weeks and now is heading into humanitarian crisis? So when the president talks about stabilization of politics and having political leaders who have the heart and the knowledge and the will to constantly be open minded to accommodate any changes that the country may demand. That is what he meant. BBI was a political settlement that came as a result of an identified trend of instability every 5 years due to elections that we have, electoral disputes. Now, when we have a leader who is unbending, rigid, a person who cannot accommodate any change, a person who has never suggested anything progressive or even listened to others who bring progressive ideas, you set the country up for disintegration. That is the gist of the speech that the president was trying to give to Kenyans. Now, when you look at the development that the government has achieved in the last 5 years, 8, sorry, this country has been on a growth trajectory. And if those who know Vision 2030 know that economic pillar, social pillar, and political pillar, 3 pillars, were very well articulated in that document, I think we are still searching for the right pillars as we go along. That is why today we can talk about BBI as a way forward to give solutions to our political problems, to bring inclusiveness, to reduce bitterness, to address historical injustices, to bring fairness, equality or equity in all aspects. But then again, you find that in every country you have retrogressive persons who always look things from their personal gain. It does not matter whether the country disintegrates or not, as long as they have what they want to achieve. A very scary picture. Those countries that have not hindered to change end up disintegrating. We are doing very well. The next president should be even better in terms of shopping for this country in trade and economic management, because the infrastructure that the government has set is actually facilitative. So the next leader must be somebody who can now jumpstart our industrial takeoff in various sectors, not somebody who can take us back into those rudimentary, archaic production systems of pushing wheelbarrows. We need a leader who is thinking out of the box, somebody acceptable across the group, somebody who can attract investors because of the confidence that they have, because these people have history of the leaders that we are about to vote for. Don't think that this is a very small world. Somebody may think that people don't know their characters, even out there. They know who they can trust. And this ends up affecting the country. So if we want investment, if we want foreign investment to be job started, if we want local investors to have confidence to put their money here and not go elsewhere, we must bring in leaders who are accountable and corruptible and ready to go out of the way to make the investors feel comfortable. You cannot have a country growing its economy when you go around rubbishing capital holders and frightening capital holders, people who can open up our economy because they are the ability to bring in machinery and other things, and also because they have international connections for our products out there. We cannot grow an economy by buying or providing money to the youth to just buy motorcycles that have been imported from China. We cannot grow an economy by just throwing money around to mama mbogas. That is a very rudimentary way of looking at development. Where Kenya is now, we should be aiming at a very high level of production in terms of value addition for our agro-processing industries, cottage industries, extractive industries, mining, oil, and all other resources that we have across this country. I was very excited to hear today that farmers are getting the worth of their sweat from their dairy farming, especially the beef farmers, those who provide cows for slaughter at Kenya Meat Commission. This is one body that had stalled for many years because of corruption. And then you find some Kenyans running to the courts to say that what is being done is an illegality. It is time we started thinking out of the box. What works, works. What does not work, does not work. I think this country must be guarded. We must separate the wheat from the chaff. We do not have luxury of playing simple politics, siasa ya pesa nane na watoto wetu. We are having so many graduates who are coming out of our universities with all manner of degrees. Some of them can even set up their industries in ICT, in construction industry. They can make products for the construction of houses right here instead of importing everything from China and elsewhere. But this cannot be done with the people who carry the mentality of wheelbarrows. Yes, we can produce wheelbarrows as a product and sell out there, but not give our youth to push around. That will not help anyone. So let us look at our leaders who we have, who have presented themselves as presidential candidates. Let us see the people with high caliber of thinking. I am particularly excited about one of the presidential candidates because he has an industry. He can show what he is doing in terms of production, making gas cylinders, molasses, industries, and those kind of things. Those are what we need in Kenya. We don't need people who are just trying to waste our time, exciting our youth with nothings. The president was very candid that we need leaders who will constantly look at this country and answer to its needs, not somebody who will carve Kenya in terms of what he is thinking himself. Those people who went around, collecting views about Kenyans, what they wanted changed through BBI, are not bad people. So it means even our legal system has to change. They have to know that everything is not tied to technicalities. We cannot eat technicalities. We must tell them to shape up. Otherwise, what do you do with all these youth who are coming out of our universities when you start, ordering everything to be illegal, including even reviving industries like the meat industry? It is a shame. These people have had their time, and they don't want the economy to open up because of their very petty private interests, serving some, petty politicians who only think about themselves. Yet when their children graduate, they
Yes,
take them
James.
to government.
James,
Yes, I'm just 1 minute.
manage time.
Yes, the same people, when their children are through university, the next thing you hear, they give them government jobs. They are the ambassadors. It is a shame. We must reject those kind of leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Thank you. We appreciate your input. Every other person, please let's manage timer so that sure that everybody gets a chance to say something in without waiting for too long. Preston, umekuwa hapa sana, bado upo ama umeenda? Na wale watu mko nyuma ya curtain mnafanya screen na kuwa black, tunakuangua moja baada ya mwingine because we need to review, not to be listened to only. Upo? Preston ni kama yuko. Richard Omari. Richard Omari, are you able to get me?
Yeah, I am getting you. Okay. You get me?
Clearly. Go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening, guys. Me, I will just a brief comment on the president's address. I think the president has just spoken what is best for the country concerning COVID-19. So he did well because crossing the country at this time, and we have been crippled for almost 2 years on the side of economy. He did the best thing, and what he put effort on his people personally. Personal protection is very important, and also people to go to hospitals and get a vaccine. That was a point. Concerning PPI, I think that one concerns the president so much because what he wants is that as far as he's going out, he want to make sure that his exit should not get any problem which we have been having after election. And for that one, I allowed him because the PPA was putting a system where each individual, although he can win or lose, will have a space, a seat somewhere, either in the parliament or in a place where he will be comfortable. So, like now, doing so, the PPA was going to seal that rubble which was there, that other tribes will feel that we are marginalized when we go to election, when we even if we win, since we are a minority, we cannot able to be heard, or our votes are stolen. That's this that the ABBI I know was going to solve that problem. And concerning some, I heard some saying it is dead. Even if let's go say it is not dead, cannot call it dead, because some of the acts of that constitution don't need any, because this constitutional justice was to go to referendum. Some of the acts in that constitution needs just act of parliament. Parliament can do the inaction and do some changes like revenue allocation. It can parliamentarians, as far as the finance committee sits down and convince MPs, we have come this, we need to implement this revenue allocation to count this, the 35%, and other things. So it is not dead. Because that is the most important solution for our country for the next after next year election. So concerning the economy, I think he has tried. Let's say we cannot say that he has not tried. He has tried, although the first time, this is second from 2017, nothing has been done. Although for now he has waked up after he's a deputy ran away from him. But since he came out with some of the principles like Raila, that also they give him confidence that you move forward, don't worry about your your deputy, we are there to support you. Although we not be in the government, but we can give you advice where you can help the country to move forward. Don't worry about that one. Concerning CRB, CRB is about concerning the financial institutions. They will do they will do consultation with the central bank of Kenya and know how to help the low income people, whether they can remove them from the CRB. And I think one of the things, you cannot be listed in the CRB. We have operated in banks for a long time and got loans from them. They just give you time. They give you time frame where you can be able to pay. And even they give you, even if you can't pay this much, be paying little by little. Just as so that you are committed. You cannot be. When you are listed in the CRB, it means that you have automatically not shown any sign of doing payment or approaching them. Even approach, or like now, you see, they send email. When I check, they just send email. If you are not within, they said like me, they send me email if there's something there. They ask, do you need any changes in your account? You send them back. The same way you can have a loan, they can send you email, but please, can you able to? There is how you are going to pay your loan which you have with us. Or if you cannot able, please write an email to advise us what you will do, or how do you see, which commitment you will do. They cannot list you like that. So I think again that one, all of those things which he has addressed to Parliament. If it was for him to do it, he would have even do it instead of. But all those things passed through Parliament. So the Parliament, those MPs, they should go to Parliament And there is one they bring a motion concerning CRB, where it will be discussed and whether it can be it will pass to go to the president and send it and send it to the bank that now don't do this, just do this to help our people. So I think for him, I can say, even if I saw some MPs criticizing and whatever, those are the politicians. Now they are missing politics and with the development, things which will help people. So for them, they are very rich. People are suffering there. They don't know about that. Let them criticize. But the politics should be kept away from the matters of development. That's when the country can move forward. That's what I can comment for now.
Okay, thank you, Richard Omari.
Thank you, Richard Omari.
That elaborate. Preston, how are you? Preston, are you there?
Hello, how are you?
I'm okay. Give your submission in the next 2 minutes or so.
Hello, someone can go first, then I will go next. Kindly.
Okay, thank you. We go to Ruben. Ruben, are you there? Okay, let's go, Mike.
Hi, Ben.
Hi, how are you today?
I'm good. My network is always poor, but I'll try and be quick.
Go ahead.
Yes, the address today, I'm looking at who the audience the president was addressing to. And there's always that underlying political statements that I pick above the statements that are made, the ordinary statements we hear every day about the 7,000 cases, the 1.7 million, the health sector's expansion. Of course, the report card was to give that, but I'm particularly interested. President wanted to put across.
Hey, Mike is like Mike has been thrown out. Huh? Mukulumo Bema. One wife.
Najua hiyo jina inasumbua kidogo, lakini ni Mokolomo Dan Bonde Kumokolomo Bema.
Mokolomo Bema.
Unanipata? Bonde Kumokolomo Bema.
Go ahead.
Okay, leo tumesikia the State of Nation from His Excellency President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Na vile tulisikia na ile tu alijaribu kuelezea yale ambayo wameweza kufanya kama serikali. Na tunaona kuna mambo hatuwezi sema eti Jubilee government haijaifanya kitu. Wamejaribu. Kwa sababu pia nchi haiwezi jenga na in 10 years, ilianza kitambo na tunasonga tu polepole. Na pale penye alisema penye aliacha country sijui ilikuwa namba ngapi, up to saizi sijui iko namba 6. Hiyo yote inaonyesha ya kuwa kuna some progress as compared to those other countries, because tangu toke pale inamaanisha kuna wengine nayo walikuwa narudi nyuma. But penye tuko as Kenya tu imetusaidia as a country ni ile tu in as much as saa zingine mambo na siasa inaletanga vurugo after every 5 years. But what we need to appreciate ourselves as Kenyans is that at least saa zingine hata kama inakuwa hivyo, lakini tunakaa chini tunasema lazima tuendelee mbele kama Wakenya, ambayo imetusaidia. Ukiangalia even the other countries unapata the most important thing for a country is peace. Na peace tangu ikuje inakuja na vitu mingi sana, sio tu ni siasa, lakini pia kuna mambo mengi ambayo inachangia that stability to be in a country. And as Kenya tumejaribu somehow, ila tu from 2007 venye ilifanyika, then tukakuja even the 2017 kulikuwa na rapture ambayo hizi ndio serikali kama inaweza fanya jukumu yao, at least we maintain that pace. At least when there is peace in a country, at least tuna experience a lot of growth, na this growth inakuja because when there is peace tunapata ma investors wanakuja and all these other projects that development pia zinaendelea. Hata wewe mwanabiashara mwenye ako hapo nje anapata kufanya yake vizuri, na hivyo ndio tunasonga as a country. So the most important thing yenye naweza sema tulisikia aliongea mambo na even ya how do we call it, the CRB, ambayo ulikuwa unaenda kupata as a youth. Tunaelewa kwa sababu tukitoka shuleni most of us wanatumia help, na this help saa zingine inakuja hawezi lipia in that, because saa zingine sisi as youth hatuna kazi, alafu tunatafuta hii pesa tu at least tupate pesa tulipia this help. Unaambiwa before ukuwe na hii this clearance hawezi pata this and job, this job. So at least hapo pia walijaribu kuangalia vizuri, wakatusaidia sisi kama youth, kwa sababu ukiangalia majority of us, unless kama ulikuwa unatoka kwa ile familia yenye iko naye ambaye au kuweza kuchukua hiyo, unaweza patikana hapo, lakini most of us unapata tuko na hiyo ambayo ukisema mambo na that clearance unapata kuna shida pahali. So hapo pia wamejaribu, and even when it comes to infrastructure, the roads network, at least kuna some progress as compared to what we had before. Na hii we mwenyewe unazijionea, if you live in Kenya utaangalia even in your village kuna barabara zingine au kuna ulikuwa unakaa lakini au kuna expect zikuwe hali yenye ziko saizi, but because of the evolution at least tumeona that progress ambayo tunaona. Suppose kama huyu mwenye alikuwa na support this mambo na devolution akikaa tu hapo pap, at least tuko na hope tutaona mabadiliko zaidi, but ya muhimu is just that peace. When there is that stability and peace, kila kitu itakuwa sawa. Back to you, Bernard.
Thank you very much. I want us to go straight to Ruben has arrived. Ruben.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Bernard, my fellow panelist. Good evening.
Good evening to you. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Pleasure to meet you today to discuss the state of our nation addressed by His Excellency the President.
Mm-hmm.
It was such an elaborate address. We were privileged to witness today, ikiwa yake ya mwisho. Kulingana na mimi ilikuwa sawa, niliketi for those 2 or so hours nikaiwatch yote, nikaisikiza. It was one of the best I can say, but some of the things that the president highlighted kwa hiyo state of the nation address, majority of Kenyans, especially youths, who loves things which are instant things. Kwa saa hizi wanataka vitu zile instant, kama ni pesa pap, kama ni kazi chap, kama ni kushinda pesa pesa pap, kama ni that is what Kenyans have been taught to embrace these days. lakini tukiangalia what this government, the Jubilee government and Uhuru Kenyatta has done kwa hiyo miaka ambayo amekuweko, is just to set a good foundation for vision 2030. Just like he said, nchi zile zingine za Europe kama Germany, United States, United Kingdom will take so many decades ndio waweze kuwa industrialized as they are today, lakini he was trying to, alichukua route ya Asian tigers, the 5 of them, kina Singapore, Malaysia, South Korea and others, akajaribu kufikiria walifanya nini ndio waweze kukatch up na the European big guys na watu na Americans. That is what this government trying to do. Wakaweka a very expensive foundation ya kujengea juu yake. That is why most of us today tunaweza complain economy imeharibika. We are not feeling the impact of economic growth as he highlighted. Ile quantitative growth tunaiona, lakini ile quality life hatuisikii for now. But kulingana na mimi, because I'm an optimist, ninaona in the future tutakuja kufurahia matunda ya the foundation that has been set by the president kwa hiyo miaka yake ambaye ameongoza, although hajakosa impediments zile zimemweka chuma kwa miguu zikamfuruta nyuma kama corruption and other competing factors zile ambazo zimefanya akuwe hajaweza kuaccomplish mambo yake yote yale angependa. Hello Bernard, can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
yeah, nakusikia Bernard. Continue.
Okay, thank you. So mambo zile ambazo Wakenya saizi wanajaribu kufikiria ni vipi haya mambo ambayo wametengeneza kina road network, the railway network, the social capital hii ambayo ametengeneza, mambo ya political stability na devolution na hii bottom up. Ile ambayo watu wataki kusema ukweli ni kwamba serikali ya devolution, hii mambo ya devolution ambayo iko kwa constitution ni saizi, hii ndio bottom up. Only that watu hawajaweka hiyo mambo in that term. In fact ya tuko na hiyo bottom up, hiyo huku chini kumekuwa empowered na hiyo huku chini ni huku counties zimekuwa empowered na mambo zingine zile ambazo zinafanya mwananchi wa kawaida huku mashinani aweze kufaidika ziko ni vile ziko informative inch. I believe with the proper legislations na empowerment kidogo, all the benefits tutakuja kuzivuna in future. Kitu kile ambacho hakuweza kutako vizuri kulingana na mimi ni jinsi tutakavyoweza kulipa hili deni ambalo tuko nalo kubwa, kwa sababu inasemekana pa every 100 shillings 66 shillings inatumika kulipa mandeni, so we are left with kitu kama 34 shillings ambayo sio ya kulipa deni. Hiyo ndio tusikusikia kutoka kwa speech His Excellency the President. Sikusikia vizuri mambo ya Big Four agenda kwa issue ya housing ya Wakenya wa kawaida, except ile alisema mambo ya 3500 units za nyumba za military, but in general hiyo speech ilikuwa balanced, na mtu yule ambaye ataichukulia to build from that foundation atakuwa na easy time as long as atakuwa na goodwill na atapenda kufanya kufanyia Wakenya kazi. For now, round 1, hivyo ndivyo ninaweza kusema. I was happy about it. And generally, it was balanced. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ruben. Thank you. No. Preston, umeniambia umerudi. Nataka tuende kwa Fred. Preston, uko wapi? Haya, enda moja kwa moja.
Sasa mimi naongea nikiwa huko Mombasa. Hello.
Yes, endelea, tunakusikia.
So according to venye president ameongea leo, mimi niliona it's pointless. Pointless in the sense that vitu zenye anaongea ni kama, let's say, like wanaongea how most of these politicians anaongea kama
Preston, hawezi kuongea ukijisikiliza. Okay.
Hello.
Okay. So, yes, Preston.
Anawasha microphone yake.
Unanipata?
Yes. Yeah, sawa. Endelea tafadhali Preston, samani.
So nasema most of these politicians, if not all of them, wanaongea kama mwananchi. Like yeye ndiye atalalamika hapo akwambie, hii inafaa kufanywa, hii inafaa kufanya hivi. Na ukiangalia yeye hafanyi anything about it. So let me say, for example, let me start with this. Yenye politicians wanazunguka wakisema, before handshake hakukuwa na peace, after handshake kuna peace. If you look at our communities, kwenye unaishi sahi, najua unaishi na people from all over the country, sindio? Kabila zote unaishi na wao. Na kuna siku umeenda kupiga jirani yako kwa sababu ni Mkisii ama kwa sababu ni Mluya, hujaienda kupiga. Ni hao politicians ikifika election, mbona watu wanapigana time election? Sasa mbona watu wasipigane? Politicians wenyewe wanakuja wanatuambia nini. After that wanaanza kutuambia tunataka azimio la umoja, sijui we need peace, sijui we need what. Before they come, we are peaceful. Sasa ukienda uombe jirani yako chumvi atakupea. Hata kuuliza wewe ni are you from the mountain? Au uko wapi? Unatoka wapi? So, mi hapo naonanga it's pointless what they are saying. The next one, tuseme something like jobs. Akina Uhuru na Ruto wakiingia, they promised us 1.5 million jobs a year. 1.5 million jobs a year. That's 15 million jobs. By now walikuwa washapeana 15 million jobs. Na ukiangalia hata wajafika 500,000 hata ni mingi. Then the same person mwenye hajafikisha 0.5M anakuambia sasa atakuwa nakupea 4 million per year. Akatoa wapi? Na bado siti hayuko kwa nini? Hayuko kwa government. Ako kwa government. He still has 1 year to go. And he's doing nothing about it. Anazunguka tu akisema, hii government imefanya nini. Yeye mwenyewe the last time he was in his office, hata huwezi kumbuka ni nini. When was the last time Ruto aliingia ofisi yake? Na analipwa, anapewa sitting allowance, anapewa nini. Yeye anazunguka tu 138 rallies in a month. Hata kama wewe ndio ulichaguliwa uzunguke Kenya ukipiga marali. Then anakuambia sasa ukinichagua nikuwe president, nitafanya kazi. All this while, Ruto haja make any tour to the neighboring countries to make diplomatic ties. Akikuwa president, Unajua no country is an island. Akikuwa president, the only country anaweza enda aombe msaada ni Uganda. Hapo pekee ndiye amefrequent. Sasa mtu kama huyo atakuwa aje president? Amezoea kuzunguka, amezoea kutangatanga. The other guy mwenye pia ako na shida tu zake ni Raila. Raila pia ni kama sahii amekuwa clueless. Amezunguka, ameona the only thing naweza ambia wajinga niwaambie nitawapatia 6,000 wanipigie kura. Na hakuna kitu ya maana anakuambia atafanya. Though yeye ukiangalia maybe ukicompare the two evils, he is the lesser evil. Yeye hajakuwa in like haja make any promise yenye unaweza tie to him it will make you promise na ukufanya. But ukiangalia Ruto, all the promises he made from number 1 to number 1,000 hakuna yenye amefanya. There's a time tukimaliza campus tulikuwa very optimistic. Ndio alituambia from next year. Kwanza alisema government, and this thing is this in all his rallies. Anasema government imetoa sijui bilioni ngapi hii kitu ifanye. Alituambia government ishatoa 150 billion. From next year if you graduate from university utakuwa unapewa paid internship. Then utakuwa unalipwa 15,000 per month for 1 year. That was back in, I don't know when it was it. Haijaifanyika. Kamarin, which is historic. Sasa hii ukienda huko ni ng'ombe zina graze. Sasa vitu me what I say, a politician sasa hii Uhuru asituambia amejenga mabarabara. Hajatoa pesa kwa mfuko yake atakujengea nayo. It is our tax. Na ni vitu wamekopa kama expressway hii yenye wanasema 27 kilometers. Is something we will pay for over 25 years. Tutakuwa tunalipia. Over 25 years you are paying for a 27 kilometer road. Yenye hata wewe utaitumia. Ndio upitie huko juu lazima ulipe. Na bado unakatwa tax. Madeni wamekopa. How long will it take us to pay SGR ndio government ianze ku make money from it? Na ukiipanda saa hii utaona it is in a pathetic condition. Nyingine hadi inasimama, government bado imebaki na over like haijalipa hata 5% of the money they borrowed. So me all that he was saying is just PR stunts. Ni vitu wanafanya theatrics. I'm not buying any of that. The last one ni mambo na corruption. Wanazunguka wakisema corruption. Kiangalia all the governors sasa hii wanafuata Raila kama inzi. Juu anajua ukisema Raila ni mbaya, kesho unaitwa Integrity House. Kama wewe unaona Waiguru time alikuwa kwa Raila, alikuwa mtu mzuri sana. Sasa hii ameenda kwa Ruto, ameanza kuletewa zile scandals za kitambo. There's a time hii to State of the Nation address, Uhuru alitoa list of shame. I don't know if you can remember. Hao watu walikuwa kwa hiyo list of shame, none of them amekuwa convicted. Hata kesi yake hakuna mwenye kesi yake imekuwa past mention hakuna. Kiangalia Kemsa, Uhuru alisema in the next 20 days ama alisema in the next how many days hii kitu itakuwa imeisha. Now it's over a year, nothing has happened. So me what I'm saying, let's treat politics as a fun game, like the way you treat football. Juu saa hii utakuwa na support Man U Cristiano anachezea Man U. The next minute Cristiano amenunuliwa na Arsenal. Anachezea Arsenal. Utaacha kusupport Arsenal eti unaenda kusupport Man U. Na utapiga mwenzako juu Man U imepiga Arsenal. Sasa uende kupiga mtu wa Man U eti nini? So let's treat politics the same way we treat football. Acha tukue wewe ni fan wa ODM, wewe ni fan wa Ruto, wewe ni fan wa Baba. Naishia hapo. There's no way a politician will change your life.
Preston, hold on.
Yeah.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
I've listened to you patiently. I tried not to interrupt you. And from your start to your end, you have given us your what Themba will be coming later on. We'll call it lamentation. Everything that has not worked and everything that will not work and all that. And then from your conversation, I can also get that you are not an old man, you are a young man. Okay. Now, what could the president have done, or what could have the president said that could have made your day? Because this lamentation list is too long. And instead of it giving us hope, is making us hopeless. And when it's coming from a young person like you, it even disturbs the most. So tell me, what is it?
Okay. What I was trying to say is all talk with no action is pointless. In the sense that Uhuru akikuja kutuambia amejenga barabara, amejenga nini, it is from our own coffers.
Mimi nakuuliza, kuna barabara imejengwa?
Iko, but it is our tax. What we elected him to do, that is his work. Wewe sahi
you are making me feel like you have a sense of entitlement to everything that has happened and you don't care.
Yeah, it's like wewe sahi ukuwe mwalimu alafu uingie class ufunze, utapigiwa makofi umefunza ama that's your work, that's what you are employed to do. So sahi kitu Uhuru anaweza fanya, let him lower more so energy, let him lower the power of the cost of power, let him lower the cost of fuel. By doing that, everything will be okay. At least.
Thank
That's
you. At least you have made that. Thank you, Preston. Twende kwa Fred moja kwa moja. Tafadhali, let's also mind time. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, everybody.
Good evening to you.
First of all, I just want to go. I will not ask a question, but I just want to comment from what my brother has been talking there. If this is the kind of the graduate people that our universities is sending them outside there, we are behind and we are lacking something. Why? Where there is leadership, there is law and order. Even although you are leader, there are some things which you are being restricted to do it. If there is law and order and you are leader, you're supposed to be a leader who abides to the law. If president has not, if president he delivered, he gave out the shaming list, that one it's out of his hand right now. It is in a different institution, in a different level. So you cannot say that the president has not done A, B, C, D. Okay, tuyache hayo. Let me go to my own observation. And I hope all of us were Christian. And this time, I'm going to articulate this one on a biblical way. Very short, simple, and clear. And I will give you a story of two persons, Naaman and
Just a moment, Fred. Is that feedback coming from you?
No. Are you getting me clear?
There is some TV program behind you or something like that that is coming in, and it's irritating.
I'm not watching a TV.
Okay.
I don't have a TV.
Okay, carry on.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say here is the book of Chronicles has opened today with the president, because in that manner he was asking a question in between Mordecai and Naaman, who's supposed to be honored. Mordecai, long time ago, he did something. He saved the kingdom. And that one was written in the book of Chronicles. And nobody ever knew that Naaman, Mordecai was existing. And the deputy of the king, who is Naaman, went to the king and told the king, here there is a man who's supposed to be hanged, who's supposed to be killed, who's supposed to do ABCD. Now, I want you to give me an order so that I can execute that execution. Surprisingly, king, because he was wise, he says that bring the book of Chronicles. Yes. When the book of Chronicles were brought to the king, and the king went through, and then he find out that there was a time Mordecai saved the kingdom. Now, the king turned to the deputy and asked him, if somebody did something good on the behalf of the kingdom, what do you expect? What can we do to that person? The king, Naaman told the king, that person should supposed to ride on your horse and move around the town, and everybody bowed before him. Then the king said, you have spoken well. Now he ordered the Naaman, go and bring Mordecai before me. Then he said, he gave an order. Do you remember what you have told me? All those things I need to be done to this man. In this scenario, I'm looking at a point whereby President Uhuru Kenyatta, what he has done today, he was in one hand, because he showered so many praises to Baba in parables, and some were clear indications that he was appreciating what the Baba has done for this country. In fact, if somebody didn't notice, he said that when he was nominated as an MP, the person who introduced him in the parliament, in the chambers, was Raila Amolo Odinga and Musalia Mudavadi. Are you getting the point? Then the same person, they came along and they worked together. One was a prime minister and another one deputy prime minister. So these people,
they have respect to one another. And then what he was trying to tell the deputy, he asked him the same question. So now the time is coming when the horse of the king will be brought forward, and that person who wants safety the kingdom will ride on the horse of the king, which is 2022. And that one is what I have got from the state of the nation today. So I'm just waiting the day the horse of the king will be brought forward, and they will say, now, Naaman, Mordecai, ride on this horse with all chariots of the king. And that is 2022. Mark my words, if God wants to save the nation, he always send a prophet, go and warn the king. And if God wants to save his people from the house of bondage, he sent somebody that he chose himself, like Moses. Moses, he passed through so many things. At one time, he killed an Egyptian in order to protect a Jewish. Are you getting the point? And that one is what made him to flee away from the house of Pharaoh to the wilderness. So if God wanted to save his people from the house of bondage, he sent a person that he chose himself. And if God wants to wipe the tears of his
Are you
people,
preaching, one?
he do it. I say I'm going to submit my submission on biblical perspective. This is what I'm trying to tell you, my brother. If you are Christian, you can understand.
Please conclude. Thank you.
Conclude, yeah.
Don't respond to Mala.
Let me conclude.
Relax, Mala. You have just come now, and I don't see why you should be under pressure.
We want to sleep, one. Yesterday you kept us for long.
If you want to sleep, Baba, why do you come in a place, in a forum whereby you know that you don't have
Fred,
time?
just
Okay.
conclude your thoughts, please. Thank you.
Thank you, because he has interrupted me and then my point has evaporated. Okay, thank you. Let me cut from there, because I know it might be, I'll be maybe annoying some people. So let me restrict myself on that one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Fred. Alan Onyando. Alan Onyando. Are you there? Okay. Okay. How many devices? Alan Onyando, you are in with many devices. That's why you can't, Nini. You must choose one device. You cannot join with two devices at the same time. Like your audio will not work. That is the really problem. Where is this? Mala?
Yes, Ben.
You said you want to sleep. Now give us the message from wherever you are.
Yeah. Remember, the speech took more than 2 hours to be read out by the head of state.
Yeah.
The head of state even acknowledged that the reader's speech was too detailed and was getting tired. And at one point, as I was watching animation, that he was trying to avoid reading some parts and even making some MPs to laugh. To me, I think the speech was clumsy. And I think going forward, the next government or even this government, the parliament should pass a law to set the maximum time that the future president will take in the State of the Nation address going forward. And in my own opinion, and what I saw, is that the president failed to tell us about national values, but instead he focused on his legacy, which we cannot see much. He should have said why his government is disobeying court orders and always abducting people left, right. I was expecting him to tell us about fuel reduction, the Gemsa scandals, Pandora Papers and millions, but not to go ahead and try to revive this banning preachers initiative through the back door and trying to force those guys. I think it's trying to force the MPs to pass again those laws so that they can introduce those positions for the sons of the senior prominent, Kenyans. It's very sad. That is my submission for now.
Okay, thank you, Mala. I don't want to rebuttal you on that one. But all the same, thank you for your observation. Alan Onyando, are you able to connect now? Okay, Nabi. Nabi, unmute and speak. It's your, yes, Nabi.
I have unmuted. I don't know
yes.
why. Am I audible now?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, nashukuru kwa kujumuika nanyi tena baada ya muda. Nilijaribu jana. Okay.
Neti yako inaonekana iko chini.
Nimeshukuru kujiunga na washiriki wenzangu tena leo in the first few days. Pole. Niko sawa sasa?
Endelea. We Nabii, unachisikiza. You can't do that. Ebu. Let's do this. Please. We say that broadcast is allergic to silence.
Today, unfortunately, I did not follow the State of the Nation address by the President, but I believe it was not different from what we've had in the past. Yes.
Let's do this. Where is this? Alan, are you there? Alan is not there. Okay. James.
Yes.
Take 1, 2, 3 minutes nikisoti maneno ya kupanga watu wangu. Wale watu wako screen ni wasafishe.
Yes.
Yeah.
So mi nasema hivi. Kuna hii maneno ya independence ya IEBC. Hii maneno imekuweko kwa miaka mingi sasa, na tulipewa ilani na Kriegler kwanza kwamba hii maneno ya kutayarisha uchaguzi iwe miaka kama 2 ama zaidi, angalau mwaka mzima, ili tuwe tumejipanga na tukaangalia kwamba ile mitambo tumeweka iko sawa na mambo ingine ile, lakini inaonekana hatujasoma bado, tuko katika ile hali ya haste. Na sasa kwa huyu mwenyekiti kuwa kwamba kila wakati akisikia mmoja wa wadau akilia halafu yeye anaruka, itakuwa ngumu sasa yeye kufanya kazi, sababu siku ingine mtu aliuliza swali kwamba aliandikia mawaziri kwamba waache siasa, na ilhali mmoja wa wale wakuu wa kufanya siasa wamefanya miaka kama 2-3 kila siku. Sasa je, swali ni mapendeleo ama ni nini? Hiyo sina jibu, lakini ni kusema hivi kwamba nadhani mtu anaitwa Chebukati, hata ingawa aliambiwa na mama mmoja kutoka huko kwao akalie kiti na matako 2, inaonekana kwamba itakuwa ngumu kwake akiendelea vile anaendelea kuonyesha kwamba hana mapendeleo, sababu huwezi kuwa wewe ni kama inaonekana wadau wengine wakiongea wewe unaruka, lakini wengine wakiongea wewe unakimya. Haitakuwa njia mwafaka kwake mwishowe, ikija kuwa kuna matatizo mwishowe. Wacha niseme kwamba labda sijui kama ni ile tumezoea, lakini inaonekana kwamba tunaenda pale tulikuwa 2017 ambapo hata dakika ya mwisho hatukuwa tunajua kama uchaguzi itafanyika ama haitafanyika. Kama sasa sijui kama unajua kwamba ile tenda ya kutayarisha makaratasi sasa iko na shinda, watu wanafurutana juu ya hiyo tenda. Sasa hata haijulikani hiyo maneno itaisha lini, itaisha kama mwezi moja imebaki ama miezi 2. Mwishowe utasikia kwamba wamefanya kazi ambayo imeacha mashimo mingi pale ndani, na mwishowe itakuwa kwamba kuna kutoelewana kwa wale washikandao. Chebukati nadhani mtu alisema kwamba ingefaa labda apee mtu mwingine nafasi kama mwenyekiti. Yeye anaweza kuwa tu commissioner, lakini apee mtu mwingine nafasi kwa sababu sasa tunaelekea uchaguzi mwingine. Yule mwingine ilikuwa bara, sasa hii mwingine ikiwa bara tena kwa mikono yake itakuwaje? Hiyo ni maoni yangu, labda kuna wengine wataona tofauti, lakini naona kwamba itaonekana kwamba yeye aidha ana ujuzi ama hana uwezo na maadili ya kuweza kufanya kazi ngumu kama hii ambayo ingetakiwa mtu awe mwaminifu na wa kuaminika na kila mtu. Hiyo tu.
Okay, thank you James. Mala, what is your take on that?
Sorry, I had disappeared. Bernard.
Yes. Maswala ya Chebukati kurukaruka. Wewe unasemaje?
Yeah, I think Chebukati is behaving well. And Chemis could be having some personal issue with him because it's like Chebukati, Iebc is an independent body. The issue of the other committees who've just come in to support him, I think wants to interfere with the independence body. And the way he has done it now, I think that's the correct way, and that's the way to go. Remember, CS Interior basically has joined politics, supporting Raila Amolo Odinga, and I mentioned that yesterday. CS Defense, Wamalwa, same thing. CS Communication, same thing. They brought in the other guy who had left, what was his name, is put in ZZK, he's now the chairing German ZZK. So it's like there's something they are cooking, and they want to use even judiciary. So the best thing is for Chebukati to pull out, and he has done it, and that is, I think I congratulate him, and he should continue because he has experience. So let's not interrupt Chebukati.
Bwana Mala.
Yes.
Huyu Chebukati si alikaa kwa hii committee 2013, akakaa kwa hiyo committee 2017. Saa hii tu ndio anakundua independence yake.
I think we need to revisit that. I don't have the facts with me, right? But you can Google and confirm.
Hold on. The committee was constituted by the former Chief Justice Willy Mutunga for preparation for elections to avoid the 2007 scenario where even Kivuitu did not know who won the elections and the police were caught unawares. Things got out of hand. So because of that, there was an agreed that there would be a committee.
I think previously it was handled differently. If you look at this one, it is being handled in the OP, led by Kipicho and Matiangi, and there is something cooking there. But the other time, I think the judiciary was.
The other time there was.
I agree with you.
The other time the cooking was no. The other time the cooking
and
was
remember, even what you are saying, even the terms of reference. If you look at the terms of reference and Chebukati mentioned, it is actually interfering with the independent body, and it's coming from the same person who has been telling us that utameza wembe, utakunywa quinine, who is Kipicho and Matiang'i.
Hiyo mala unajua ni siasa na unaelewa kukuja wembe ni ule.
No, I know, and I can give you more facts tomorrow.
Ninyi mnatutisha na wembe ni ule, wembe ni ule. Wakati ikifika mmeze nyinyi.
No. There is something.
Wacha nikuitie patriot. Yes, James, before we hear from Fred.
Unajua ile iko katika nchi hii ni hypocrisy. Watu wanataka kufanya maneno ambayo hawangetaka kufanyiwa wao wenyewe. Mambo ikienda upande wao ni sawa, lakini ikienda upande mwingine si sawa. Sasa tunasema wacha Matiang'i afanye kazi yake. Hiyo ndio tuliambiwa wakati ule mwingine, na nadhani vile naona Matiang'i atafanya kazi yake wakati ukifika.
And we are ready for that. We are prepared.
Asante. Yes. Tuache Matiang'i afanye kazi yake. Tuache Chebukati afanye kazi yake. Tuache Kibicho afanye kazi yake. Tuheshimu institutions na wale watu wamesimamia. We are in a constitutionally controlled country. Hapo ndio msimamo wa Kenya. Fred, chukulia hapo tu.
Mimi kuna kitu kinamenifurahisha hapo kidogo tu. Wanasema mkuki ni chungu kwa nguruwe, lakini ni tamu kwa mulaji. Hawa tu watu ndio walienda wakakaa bunge wakapitisha budget ya kununua tear gas. Hawa watu tu ndio saa hii wanaanza kusema ya kwamba mnatuonea. Je, wakati mlikuwa mnapitisha bajeti ya kununua tear gas na malori za maji, hamkujua ya kwamba mesa inaweza keuzwa? Waliokuwa wanakulia chini wakuje waketi kwa meza, tuyache hayo. Lakini for the issues of Iebc is just being hypocrite. That is the highest order of hypocrisy. Why? Mtu wake amekampeni for 4 good years, hakuwahi raise alarm. Why is it now? Why is it now? 4 good years somebody is campaigning. Now, when other people enters in arena, now you start to raise a red flag, a yellow flag. I raise a red card. That is being hypocrite. And as a leader, you should not operate in that manner, because at the end of the day, you will become biased and things will go wrong in your hand under your watch. And then that's why we normally say that there is a say says that don't take the foot of children and give to the dog, because one day that dog will bite you and it left you being wounded. I remember it's the same Iebc who took the foot of children and he gave it to the dogs. Now when the time will come when the dogs will start biting him, then I don't know where he will run. That's my submission, my friend.
Okay, thank you Fred, thank you. Naomba tuende moja kwa moja kwa Isaiah mpenda ukweli. Patriot pia amefika. Mala iko wapi? Ya, kaa hapo. Patriot amekuja na ile sindano ya jana. Isaiah mpenda kweli upo?
Halo, mnanisikia?
Kabisa, endelea tafadhali.
Ya, mimi hapa Isaiah mpenda ukweli. Sasa ukweli wa mambo ni kwamba uchaguzi ambao unakuja, tukiangalia rekodi ya Chebukati, if truth was be told, especially ile last election, the man bungled it. He made a big blunder, ambapo there's no way us being in our real mind can trust him again to oversee another election. Kama ingekuwa tungekuwa na uwezo, tungebadilisha referee kulingana na kazi alifanya. Ile ya mwisho haikuridhika, ikafika mpaka Supreme Court, na Maraga akakata kauli akasema kuna mambo ambayo hayakufuatiliwa. So how do we again trust the same person to oversee another coming election? Ingekuwa vizuri kama ingewezekana, but now some of these things are beyond us. Hatuwezi tukafanya mabadiliko sahizi. Alafu unajua hii nchi tuko na reputation mbaya sana ya kwamba ufisadi ni kama our middle name. So kama mtu ako na pesa anaweza akanunua his way out. Now, based on what happened last, how do we know if money did not exchange hands? And assuming money exchange hands, how sure are we the same cannot be repeated where we are going? Ukiangalia kama naibu wa rais, he's so confident na anaongea na ujasiri akisema vitu kama Raila akishindwa akubali. The man is talking like he knows he's going to win. So what gives him the confidence kwamba tayari ashachukua? Labda yeye na referee kuna mambo yanachezwa huku nyuma hatujui. So mi kwa upande wangu tu ningependa kututia moyo ya kwamba uchaguzi itakuja, and let's believe that whatever happened will not be repeated, but wazungu wanasema once beaten twice shy. So all we need is a confidence ya kwamba Chebukati akisimamia hii uchaguzi itakuwa ya uhuru na haki, ile ambayo inaweza kudhibitishwa, na tusikuwe na zile ghasia kama tulizokuwa nazo 2007 and 2017. Hizo hatutaki. Kwa hivyo sijui vile kutaenda, but my submission is, if I was the one to decide, I will not let Chebukati be the one overseeing this coming election again. That is my take.
Okay, thank you.
Can I add something? Can I add something small?
Okay, quickly, in less than a minute.
Yes, today the Bahati MP Kimani Ngujiri confessed that they stole elections in 2007, and he was blaming it on Kimemia, the governor of Nyandarua. He's saying that the Nyandarua governor should be held responsible for what happened in Rift Valley because he was the one who was coordinating the theft of votes for Baba. So finally, the truth has started coming out. So I think this matter of Chebukati should be looked at in a deeper sense, because it means then there is something that happens inside that board that we will never know. And not also forget, up to today, we have not, the servers were never opened and have never been opened, and nobody wants to explain. So it's not far-fetched that somebody is demanding that, is talking the way he is talking, that once you lose, you don't even raise an alarm, meaning the other person has already been beaten, when actually maybe it is theft that has taken part. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, James.
Bernard, I'm just wondering,
yes,
whether James was in Kenya in 2007. He's talking like he was not in Kenya. It's very interesting.
I was in Kenya.
It is true the election was rigged, my friend. Raila won in 2007. So by Kimani Ngujiri mentioning that is right. Everybody knows, even a standard 2 kid, nafikiri alikuwa anajua iliibwa. And that triggers the violence in Kenya in 2007. Sawa.
Okay, thank you for reporting. Community ancestor.
Just one point to add to what James and my brother Isaiah have said. In fact, what Kimani Ngunjiri alluded today about what happened in 2007, in fact, to my conclude, what I've come to learn is that truly Raila Amolo Odinga is not always a perennial poll loser, but he's a perennial victim of poll rigging. Now, I want to leave you with this saying, which this proverb, which say, we all run a risk of being seen as a grasshopper being eaten, a grasshopper fighting in a puddle, and yet they are all going to be cooked and eaten. I repeat, we run a risk of being seen as grasshoppers fighting in a puddle, and yet they all are going to be cooked and eaten. If Chebukati will oversee 2022 elections, tufunge mkanda tumbo.
Thank you, community. A word is enough for the wise. Patriot.
Hello.
Hivi umetufungia mtaikagwe. Iko nini?
I have a lot of mosquitoes in my house, so I oversprayed. So there are a lot of fumes around. But it is just for my protection, not you. Don't worry, Bernard. just for myself. But I'll try to. It is irritating me, choking me. I did a bit of much of spraying. Let me see what to do. Wacha nivumilie ndio usifikiri iko maneno.
Sema point wazito wamekuja tu, tuendelee mbele.
Anyway, hello my fellow panelists. Habari ya Wekesa, it's been long. Wekesa wacha waene wese huwa na angalu nota lakini no wait kala hours wanda. Thank you. That's nice. That is a bit of Portuguese for those who don't understand. That's a bit of Portuguese.
That is neighboring to Greek.
Yeah, let's go straight to today's topic. Unajua, sometimes it is very interesting. Nyani haoni kundule. Nyani haoni kundule. I have always thought at some point there will be revolution in the wilderness, in the world of animals, that one day nyani ataona kundule. You see, but unfortunately, that does not seem to be, happening any soon. The world of politics today, where Kenya is included, has so much to the affirmative as to why nyani hajaona kundule up to right now. You see, there's a brother who has just contributed and said Raila's elections have been stolen, and he decided to be selective for a very obvious reason. I just laughed, Bernard. There's a guy who's just pointed out how Raila lost the election of 2007, but because he participated in stealing Raila's election in 2013 and 2017, he didn't want to talk about that. That's very interesting, because the truth is he knows that the very sequence of stealing election did not stop with 2007. 2013, the same thing happened. But because the DP was a running mate of Uhuru, he didn't want to talk about 2013. You can see, he limited himself to that. Very interesting. This is Kenya, and we must always read what we are not told to read. What is not written is actually the message. What is not said is what is supposed to be heard. So some of our brothers here, they actually tell us what they tell us, things that we should not be hearing. But since we are careful, we are listening to what they are not telling us. It is true that Baba has suffered in the hands of a very poorly officiated football matches. It's not one. It has been home and away. In 2013, Baba thought that Mutua, that was the CJ, that was Mutunga. Yeah, Mutunga alitutunga shindano. That is the man I'm looking for. Mutunga, we thought he would be a patriotic Kenyan who will be honest and actually reason with the minds of Kenyans that we wanted an election that was free and fair, an election that would be verifiable, an election that was going to set presidency on how the democracy of our country was to go. Unfortunately, we trusted Mtunga so much to the extent that this guy turned against us. So some of these referees, especially those who come from your homes, be careful. These people who call themselves your friends are actually the wrong ones. Somebody who gets to your house, somebody who is able to come to your house in your absence, somebody who is able to get to your car and drive without telling you, only to tell you later that I took your car. These are the people who are used by the enemies to access you. In fact, one philosopher puts it this way, you know, have your friends at a close distance, but the enemies, make them closest, because when they are too close, you'll be able to know who they are. And so those who are very close to you are not supposed to be treated as friends, are supposed to be treated as enemies. So that the only conveyor belt that some of the enemies and their propagations against your life can only reach you by those who pretend to be your friends. I hope you're getting what I'm trying to say. So I want to agree that Iebc is showing the obvious. You know why? Chepkati in the last election sat very comfortable. He did not do anything when Baba and the group tried to say Chepkati nasa watu mapema kabla ya sisi kupiga kura, tusaidie kunasa hawa. Chepkati went to Harambee House, I remember. After he walked out of Harambee House, he said very clearly that he has realized we shall have a free and fair election. Just a fortnight before that, he was telling us how he knew the election was not going to be free and fair. If your history serves you right, some of you can remember, that's what happened. What am I trying to bring to our attention is actually something that we cannot lose focus on. Chepkati, today, his behavior is correct to the way things have changed. He cannot be able to bungle the election without the support of the system. That's why he does not sit comfortable to serve his masters. You know, he was told he's trying to find a seat to play his game from. But unfortunately, I want to tell you, my fellow Kenyans, Chepkati does not have enough system. I want to tell you, take this to any bank, including Indian Bank of Baroda. You know, Chepkati does not have the capacity now to steal the election. For you to bungle the election, you need the system, you need the political goodwill, you need the incumbency, you need the machinery in terms of security to bring in ballots, you know, that cannot be seen. Lazima uwe na tear gas ambayo zina venom, you know, molecule ambayo ni ODM. Ukiwapiga wanakimbia na unaweka ballot that he doesn't have that now. So Chepkati, he does not sit pretty because he cannot be able to guarantee his masters that he can steal the election the way he did. Because those people who participated with him are reading the story from a different room. They are seeing a different TV. They are watching a different channel. They are not seeing the same football. What he is looking at is not the real channel. It's not live streaming. It is recorded. So these are things that must be properly understood. You don't expect this man to sit pretty and have him going to the gym and change, trousers and jeans the way he did last time. He knows very well that he has to do it in his own way, which he doesn't have. The capacity cannot give him. So let me tell you, my brothers, for Kenyans to understand, Chepkati, he will move to several rooms. It's already late. Ni wanasema chelewa chelewa utakuta mwana si wako. He has realized the child is not his, and yet he has been claiming to be the father of stealing. So he can't do anything. For now, Let him run like a thief at night. Wherever he's going to settle, we will not help him. We know he's just a chairman. We have Chepkati on the other side. We have, sorry, I'm talking about Chiloba. Chiloba, you know very well what he's doing. I am telling you, this man will run like a thief. And mchawi usiku, tip, mara yako hapa na pale. Chepkati will not bangle the election. I'll tell you, he doesn't have the capacity. Back to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Patriot. I want to take us straight to Daniel Oyugi and then Wekesa. And Wekesa. Daniel Oyugi, are you there? Oh.
Yeah, I'm there. Good evening, guys.
Good evening to you. Just hold on one moment. I make communication to Wekesa. Wekesa.
Yes.
Yes, you will take as soon after Daniel, although that will be an injustice against community. But community is an ancestor, so we can do injustice against him. Tutamwagia busa baadaye. So after Daniel, it's you, Wekesa, you make your submission, and I think you assume the chairing for the rest of the show. You can end it anytime after now. We have exhausted, I think, almost everything.
Should we end the show before December?
Does it matter?
December is coming very fast.
December is here. We are waiting for tarehe 10 sasa. So unajua lazima tuivurute. So I just wanted to have that. Let Daniel make the submission, then you will make your submission. The person who has not spoken is community. The rest have made their first submission, so they can do their last round, and then we do that. I have
Bernard.
Yes, sir.
Bernard, just a quick one.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Is it that there is a trend that I'm observing here? I am sorry to ask.
Yes.
Every time I come to speak, Mala decides to keep quiet and it disappears. What does that mean? Mala, Mala is playing some hide and seek whenever I speak. Why is he doing this? Please, can you find out?
Mala anatengeneza mrisiki ya kunitumia, tafadhali mwache kumsumbua. Okay? Ujumbe ukishafika unakolea ndani ya roho.
Bernard, what's the issue? What's the issue? You know, today I'm tired. What's the issue?
Wanataka ujibu kwa nini nyani haoni kundule. Afanua.
My friend, what is the issue, bwana?
Nyani haoni kundule. Mbona wa Ngujiri anaitwa nini? Wa Ngujiri anasema 207 ilibwa. Na asemi 2013 na 17 kwa nini?
No. I think 207. You know, Kimani Ngujiri was specific, and he was responding to Kimemia. He had mentioned something about some church, something about the church. So he was specific and responding to Kimemia specifically. And that's why I did not talk about 2013 and 2017. Whether the election was stolen or not stolen, Kimani Ngujiri, I can vouch for him, he was specific and responding to Kimemia on some specific issues.
But Kimemia has been along from 2007, 2013.
No, he mentioned because Kimemia then was the internal security PS in the office of the president, and that's where the cooking was. And remember, those who watched the election, the counting, we know what Kimemia did. We know what the security team did, and we know why the violence erupted. But let's not discuss that now.
So just one small question. Could that be the reason why you people are targeting Kibicho? What has Kibicho done?
No, Kibicho has been very, remember, even Kibicho, you remember even when he was, we were doing the Utuma, and we were saying, itanini kama quinin, Mutakula Wembe. So it's already focusing, they know what to do. And these guys, there's a strategy. And then now there's a narrative. And you see, they have started that journey of, we can call it rigging.
Okay,
you look at the Uhuru Kenyatta, the way he's doing, and he's always preferring Raila Amolo Odinga all the time. He's saying he can never hand over power to thieves, all those things. So we know what's happening. It's not that we don't know. We know what's happening. And I'm telling you, we are prepared.
Okay, now
this.
I'm happy that you're saying you know what is happening. Inamaanisha nyani anaona kundule na kila kitu inakwenda kulingana na script. Hakuna shida mahali, sio? Yes.
Bernard, my last statement as I let others contribute, where I asked Mala's contribution, I wanted Mala to tell us if he doesn't mind, but if he minds, then sitamlazimisha. Watafungua server lini? When are they going to open the server? If he can answer me that, I'll be happy.
That we may not open the server now because of some reason. If we open the server, you are saying that Uhuru Kenyatta should step down.
Another question.
What I mean.
That's the information from the server.
Yes.
Okay.
Another question. Another question. Yes, I want to ask Mara.
Bernard, I think I need to speak because these people are talking on my time.
I want to ask Mara.
Yuki, relax. Yes, James.
Yes, he has said that they are prepared. Can he clarify what he means by that? Because we know there is now a body that is as strong as the government that is sitting.
Okay. Mala, question to you. This prepared, what do you mean prepared? You're prepared to open the server, you're prepared to close the server, you're prepared to accept the results?
Oh, they are prepared to boycott the elections.
Oh, hey, also boycott.
No, they are prepared because the opposition is a watchdog of the citizens. So they are prepared to assume the official opposition seat.
Okay, let's have that rested there. Oga Daniel. Daniel.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon. Okay, good evening. I can see the panelists are very much enjoying the debate. But I just wanted to contribute about the independence of the IEBC. You see, the independence of the IEBC is a provision that is anchored in the Constitution. And there's absolutely nothing wrong for Chibukati excusing himself from the Election Management Board. Because you see, for a couple of years, we've had elections that have been bungled before. And if the chairman of IEBC feels that there is a political interference, then the best thing, the honest thing for him to do is actually to excuse himself so that the element of independence can be demonstrated. IEBC is a body that is constitutionally in existence. It is a body that was that was brought in under the current constitution, and whatever they are doing must be in line with the constitution. The election that the IEBC is supposed to conduct must be free, fair, verifiable election. An election that meets the international requirements, an election that does not bring jittery, an election that does not lead to violence. Now, you clearly understand the kind of political temperature that we have in the country. The stakes are very high. We're only having 9 months to the election, and each and every political wing is actually trying to pull the mask. The UDA have actually come out clearly to say that the election management board is not a board that has been anchored in the constitution. But one thing that we have to agree on is when an election is bungled or when there's violence, we must have our security agencies. We will have to go to court. I think the Lady Justice Comey represents that interest of people moving to court because people will have to petition. CS Matiang'i represent the issue of security. Okay, for any election to be conducted, there must be a favorable environment. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But if there is some political interference in that particular committee, then the IBC has got a constitutional mandate to excuse themselves from that particular committee. Because at the end of the day, right now, I've heard people talk about opening of the server. I've heard people talking about somebody should step down. I've heard people talking about we are ready for anything. Those kind of things, the fingers will be pointed at the IBC. So I think the IBC have got a constitutional mandate to conduct a free and fair election. Number two, I also wanted to talk about the State of the Nation address that has been pronounced today by the Right Honorable His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta. There are quite a number of things that he's talked about, but I just want to revisit about the BBI. The BBI, if you look at the recommendations and the ruling of the Court of Appeal and the ruling of the High Court, 70% of that particular document was okay. And that is why I think it passed through the counties. The only problem that we had, according to the pronouncement by the court, was that the process was unconstitutional. But the court never said that the BBI is bad. No, they only say that the process in which that particular process was brought to Kenyans was unconstitutional because it is not anchored anywhere in law. It is not anchored anywhere in our constitution. But the BBI, according to the prospect of the BBI, they are saying that is a good document. The president has even, in his own admission, has stated today that there will be a comeback of the BBI. So that clearly tells you that the president is actually supporting the former prime minister because the BBI was a child that was born after the handshake. And if the president feels that the judiciary never acted in accordance with the expectation of many Kenyans of the 47 county government, then it means that he's actually sailing in the same direction to the former prime minister. It's simple and clear. Now, when we talk about, I had Dwale talk about which to me, I think is propaganda because Dwale was saying that, the people who wrote the speech for the president were not professionals, the speech was very long. But you see, we have state house controllers and people who actually write those, those speeches to the president. The State of the Nation address is not a one thing. It's not a weekly event. It is a one-day event every year. So the president has got all the time to address the nation, to demonstrate what his government has done to the people of the Republic of Kenya in terms of infrastructural development, in terms of reviving the economy, and so forth, so on and so forth. So I don't think the president was actually spent a lot of time. So there are a few politicians who are saying also that the president came a bit late in parliament. But the problem we have in this country, and I think that is something that me as a young Kenyan who believes in the rule of law and who believes in constitutionalism and who believes in freedom of speech and self-expression is that we do not have faith. We do not trust our offices. The offices that have been discharged to conduct their constitutional mandate, the Kenyan people do not have faith with these officers. Right now, a few Kenyans, or let me say a few Kenyans, do believe that you can only get justice in court. But there are also some, I would say that there are some funny judges who actually have been pegged with corruption issues. And you can clearly see there are some who are actually in expose. Now, if we can trust our institutions, then even today, it doesn't matter whether Karanja Kibicho sits in that particular committee. It doesn't matter whether the Interior Minister Fred Matiang'i sits in that particular committee. It doesn't matter whether Chief Justice sits in that particular committee. Once we trust our institutions, then we will be able to make this country move forward. But when we have a doubt in our institution, you will find yourself not having a favorable environment to do your business. So I think that is my take. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Daniel. Wekesa, you have to take charge.
Let me contribute before I take charge. Huh?
Thank you.
And the screen is 90% shut down. Huh? I hope people are there.
Show your face, everybody. Show your face, everybody.
Yeah, I've missed Malala.
Yeah, we are here. We are here. Some of us, you don't have good lightning.
Okay, it's okay. We understand. I want to begin by introductory remarks by the president. He actually said that when he was nominated to parliament, there are two gentlemen that introduced him. That was Raila Odinga and Musalia Mudavadi. Now that statement is key. Key in a sense that there are people who behave as though history of Kenya starts with 2013, them supporting Uhuru Kenyatta. In fact, when they talk about Kenyan political history, you think like Kenya began with the Jubilee government and is ending with Uhuru Kenyatta. Kenyan history is quite long, and many people have participated at different times in history to shape the Kenyan history. So those who think si mimi ndio nilisaidia Uhuru Kenyatta, si mimi ndio nilisaidia Raila Odinga, they should know that there are people who have helped. Uhuru Kenyatta was introduced into politics by Moi himself. He did not know anything, but sorry for that. But Moi introduced Uhuru, picked him from the streets. He was a businessman and brought him into politics. Another thing that comes from that introductory remark, it shows also that slowly he's giving the country signal that he has no problem with one Raila Odinga, and he is indirectly campaigning for him, because you don't just mention somebody for the sake of mentioning, but you are actually trying to give a vote of confidence to the Kenyans that I will be leaving you in the right hands. So for those complaining that the speech was long, I haven't seen them complain of the 4 years of campaign. A 2-hour speech cannot be compared with 4 years of campaign. Honestly, if there is something that has bored Kenyans, is every day you wake up into a UDA rally. We get bored. Our markets are so congested with the rallies that don't make sense. We are tired of the same things every day. I pass in town and there's a pole erected and a wheelbarrow is mounted on top. You think we don't get tired of those things? We do. So a 2-hour speech is that short. But why did the president have to give that long speech? One, it was it's important that we understand that this was his last speech, as in terms of addressing the status of the nation. So that means that his parting shots in terms of addressing the nation must capture all the things that he has been doing. And so he said even he himself was bored reading, but however, he said that we live in a country of laws, and the parliament works on records. So he wanted to put his record straight such that one day, when you start remembering Uhuru, you will know that this is what he had done. You can pull in the archives and see what he said and what he had accomplished. So it was important, and we had to be patient so that he finishes that. Another thing, the Speaker Muturi also, while introducing the people in the Speaker's row, he had to introduce Raila Odinga twice. One as the former Prime Minister, and then he had to go back and say he's a high representative of. He also gave him the premium that look, maybe this is the incoming president. Anyway, that's my view. Everybody's analyzing, just as Ndwale was analyzing based on what he thought happened in the speech of the president. I'm sorry, leo nimeshikwa na homa, but nitachikaza. There are people who are arguing that in the body language, Uhuru almost snapped the DB. It came out, although not very clearly, but yeah, it was a PR, but you could look at the people and see that these people are done with each other. And ni kama mtu anakuambia si uachane tu na mimi, focus on your issues, let me focus on what I'm doing. Those who are talking about judiciary Iebc independence, it's okay to understand first how we came to this point. I was seeing someone arguing that I think is it on a Star newspaper somewhere? I saw arguing that Ruto is trying to also to come up with his own deep state, having seen that he cannot control the Kipichos and the Matiangis. So while they have a problem with the deep state, they also have a parallel system that they think can balance the things that are happening. And people argue that even the issues to do with the BBI, there was their hand in stopping of the BBI. So deep state is not necessarily pro-government. In US, Trump complained that the deep state was against him. So deep state can not only be people in government, but can also be systems established. They can also be systems outside government that ensure they want to control. We have seen CJ Emeritus, who, while appearing to be independent, but his opinions seem to suggest that he's leaning towards Ruto's camp, CJ Mtunga. And so that can also be a parallel deep state, and together with others who may be sympathetic to the Hassel nation and working towards supporting him. People have tried to paint the Iebc chair as more leaning to Ruto. But one thing I can say is that if for Iebc to bungle any election, it needs to be a whole Iebc. one or two people cannot bungle an election. Who remembers what happened in 2007? Was it 2007 when we had Kivuitu? And he said he did not know who won election. One is that they argued that results were being changed and he had no idea. He used just to come and read the results. So that means the whole system was working towards a certain goal. And there's no way the chair could do anything. So for IEBC to bungle an election, it needs to be all of it working in one direction. Okay, and if majority are working in one direction, one person cannot stop it. Just like the president alone cannot work alone if the cabinet and the judiciary and parliament are working in a different direction. He needs their input. And so for me, I'm not for the idea that Chepkati must go. Chepkati alone cannot do anything. If the whole IBC is rock, then everything will go in a mess. But if it's only one person and receiving different instructions, it may not work for him. He may bring a few confusion, but at the end of the day, election will go in the direction that it must go. Yeah, so those are a few things that I've texts that I've got. But one thing I want to tell the team UDA is that there's a saying that says when someone used to call people and say that I'm in danger, when people come, they realize he's not in danger, he was making a joke. But now the last time he called people, I'm in danger, they did not come. They thought he was joking, but kumbe he was being chased by a wildebeest. So a wild animal. So what am I saying? There are guys when there was challenges in this country in terms of electoral reforms and having fair election. They used to tell Papa is when Papa talked about reforming electoral body, they said Baba is panicking. Baba is always a perennial loser, so he's fearing election. So right now, even Baba may be seeing challenges in IBC, but what he has chosen is now to keep quiet and allow other people also to speak, because those who have been telling him that when he talks about electoral reforms, he's panicking. When he talks about electoral justice, oh, he's a perennial loser. He has left them also to, can you now ensure that we have a fair process? Me, I am a perennial loser. I'm a perennial complainer. I will not complain anymore. So for us to fix this system, then it means that everybody needs to be brought on board. I have heard my friend Oyugi talk about we need to trust our institution. But you see, trust is earned. You don't wake up and trust somebody. You don't wake up and trust an institution. There must be a process that inspires trust, that returns our belief. Actually, it's belief that is converted to trust. So there must be a process that converts our belief into a trust, that we can trust that now our IEBC is independent, that now our judiciary is independent, that now our executive is working for the good of the nation. And that's why the nation was being called into a reflection. Moments like this, we had the the BBI were moments of reflection where we were to interrogate the document we have, the institutions we have, the institution that needed improvement. That was the time we could have added improvement in IBC, added improvement in our judiciary, added improvement, so that we have confidence in all institutions that have been having a problem. But the problem is when we call for those moments of reflections, there are those who will want to play politics as usual. So how then would we get to reflect? How do we get a point of reconfiguring and having a fresh start so that we focus? Like 2010 gave us a moment of turning a new page, and most Kenyans had started in believing that our constitution is the right one. So we are supposed to have such moments of reflection and re-inspiring ourselves and moving forward. Otherwise, you cannot just wake up today and say that I have confidence in Iebc. How? The last thing I want to say, even as I invite now comments and contributions, is that I know my UDA friends love the Bible. Titus 1:15 says that to the corrupt mind, everything is corrupt. Now, people who have been participating in bungling elections, they know exactly what happens. And that's why they are fearful. If they fear every stage, they know that these are the stages we did to arrive at this. So they seem to be whistleblowers, but in other words, they are telling us that this is what we did to arrive at the wrong month we had 2013, the wrong month we had 2017, the wrong month we had 2007. If that was wrong, then we need to invite everybody on the table and say, this is wrong, we need to begin from there and go forward. But having said that, we cannot be always be doing injustice to other people. But when time, the paper period comes, we want to behave the saints and we want justice to be done to us. The people who have been doing injustice will keep quiet and they will say, now you take your own cross. Okay, thank you. That's my contribution. I will not wade into the legacy of Uhuru. I think he outlined quite a number of things, but we believe in a summary that there are failures, but there are also successes that the administration has achieved. Okay, I was told the next person should be community. Community, you have a question or you directly contribute?
Yeah, I will directly contribute. Maybe if Isaiah, Mala, and James have a question, then I will come. So I continue. Yeah?
I just continue.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Wekesa, for giving me this chance. I know the topic of today is very, very heavy, but we have to deal with it head on. Yeah. Now, in fact, Mimi, I want to speak from my heart. Tangu Uhuru aanze kusimama, kura sijaimpigia kura yangu, but ile kitu nimekuja kugundua that Uhuru is really the best president ambaye watu wengi hawezi wakaona. Cause kama hakika Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta na zile circumstances zenye amepitia whereby deputy wake anakimbia pande yake, yeye anakimbia pande hii, alafu COVID ndio hii ilikuja ikamzingira, but tumeangalia zile achievements zenye amepata kutekeleza, then I tell you this president kama angekuwa na deputy mzuri mwenye angemshika mkono vizuri kutoka 2013, I'm telling you hata angepita Kibaki na mbali sana. But nevertheless, mahali ambapo ameachieve, anapoenda nyumbani, mimi anaenda his shoulders zikiwa high, cause angalia, in fact kando even na ile corruption ambayo imekuwa, whereby we have been losing almost $1 trillion every financial year. That is a third of our budget kwa sababu ya corruption. But tukiangalia kuwa kuna infrastructure bado inaendelea, pande ya agriculture inaendelea, kuna reforms mbalimbali, tuje pande ya KMC and what have you. But unaona kuwa president amejaribu. So kama hakika angekuwa na deputy mzuri ama wa kumwambia please, sasa hii mambo ya corruption wacha tuifunge, tukishaifunga hii pesa yote tuiweke hata kama ni kwa viwanda, in terms of spearhead mambo ya manufacturing, then from there jobs zingekuwa created, so vijana hawangekuwa wanalia. Kwa sasa hivi, in fact, vijana tunalia sababu gani? Hatuna kazi. So kama hatuna kazi na tuna lose almost $1 trillion every financial year, kama hii pesa ingewekwa manzi pande ya manufacturing, which means Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta na hii 3/4 of the budget iende kwa infrastructure, iende pande ya health sector, pande ya food security and what have you. I'm telling you, hata sasa hivi hatungekuwa tunalia kuwa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta haja perform. Sasa hivi tunalia sababu Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta akili yake ameiweka moso kwa infrastructure na vitu zingine, lakini about job creation kwa mavijana ndio haiko. Ndio unaona kuwa we feel that impact. But nevertheless, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, in fact, regardless na hizo changamoto zenye zimekuwepo, but amejaribu. Now come to BBI revival. In fact, BBI ilikuwa ni initiative ambayo ilikuwa mzuri, kwa sababu hii initiative in fact ndio ilikuwa inataka kuaddress mambo ya hii kubangle mambo ya elections, lakini tuliona kuwa in fact ilipingwa na wachache, because majority of Kenyans tulikuwa tumeimpress, because ndio unaona kuwa wale representative wetu wenye tumetuma kwa county level na kwa national national kama national government, senate and what have you, when tulisema kuwa kuzao ndio tumewatuma. So wakati BBI ilipokuja kwao, they spoke on our behalf. Wakati wali speak on our behalf, ndio tukaona kuwa in fact ikapita kwa counties na ikapita kwa national assemblies. But ile kitu ambayo mimi naona BBI in January is roaring back, inarudi. Na hii BBI wakati ambapo inapoelekea kurudi, imeshtua Chebukati. Cause you know pale kwa BBI kuna kile kiegezo chenye kilikuwa kinasema kuwa Chebukati na ile team yenye ilibangle 2017 elections, you know, that team should go home. So huyu Chebukati huenda he has an hint that January BBI through Supreme Court itarudi, na ikirudi then Chebukati in 2022 elections he is not going to oversee hiyo election as a chairman of IEBC, because ile clause ilikuwa inasema they had to go home. So ndio unaona Chebukati is in panic. Ndio unaona kuwa sasa hivi anataka kuji-isolate, but nevertheless mimi ninaomba BBI, kwa sababu ilikuwa na vitu mingi mzuri ambazo sisi kama Wakenya tulikuwa tunahitaji, ninaomba irudi. Now as I finish, ninasema namna hii. Chebukati in fact na Chebukati na hii timu nyingine yenye inaangalia mambo ya election preparedness, unaona IEBC imejiondoa. Now my opinion ni hii kuwa maybe Chebukati is feeling the heat of maybe kama he has a friend kwa presidential candidates ambao wenye wanaenda kuvae in 2022, kama hakuna rafiki yake na maybe alikuwa anataka kumsaidia a sail through into power right now, kwa sababu unajua President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, he knows very well because in 2017 leo president alituambia kuwa in 123 days from the repeat from the bungled election into the repeat of elections, 123 days, in fact we lost 123 billion because every day we were losing 1 billion because unajua the country was in a election mood all that long. So mimi my urge ni hii to you Chebukati, kama hawezi akatupatia free, credible, verifiable elections in 2022, a step aside wakati huu, because hatuwezi tukatumia.
Let me ask you a minute.
Yes.
I don't know how people interpret the independence of IEBC.
Yes.
But because if IEBC being independent doesn't mean it doesn't consult. In any case, IEBC, when IEBC needs money, it goes to the treasury.
Yes.
When IEBC needs security, it goes to Ministry of Interior.
Yes.
When the IEBC needs what system of communication, it needs that Ministry of Communication.
Yeah, under Chilobaya.
Why do they want to plan in isolation with that? Again, why didn't Chebukati come out and tell us that having done 1, 2, 3 meetings, I think the agenda shifted from coordinating for the successful election into something else. If that was the conversation, we could understand. But if someone is coming and because he's playing a role in supporting the election in terms of security, in terms of communication, in terms of budgetary allocation, how I thought they were there to enhance his activities.
Yeah. In fact, IEBC cannot run by itself. Because you know, elections is a process whereby so many entities are being involved. Like now, CS Musheru of ICT, Chepkati anamuhitaji, Chiloba communication, Chepkati anamuhitaji, Matiang'i same anamuhitaji. So yeye ndio mimi ninasema namna hii. Heri unajua haya maneno tuyaangalie na macho ya ndani. Chepkati, kitu ya kwanza nataka niambie Wakenya vizuri kabisa. Chepkati maybe vile nimewaambia hapo awali is fearing. Si unaona president amesema kuwa in fact BBI itarudi. Ushaona? So if BBI itarudi na BBI resolution ilikuwa Chepkati asione oversee 2022 elections, so he is supposed to go home. So Chepkati, hata wewe mwenyewe lazima ufie, kwa sababu hiyo ni unga automatic inafanya nini? Hiyo ni unga inamwagika. So Chepkati sasa hivi mimi ninaona kuwa anaogopa, kitu ya kwanza, ku lose unga if BBI will roll back. Alafu jambo la pili, if kwa presidential aspirants kuna one of them mwenye Chepkati ana lean on his back. Okay, now if BBI is going to come back, hiyo inamaanisha kuwa Chepkati hata oversee 2022 general election as chairman. So huyu mwenye angesaidia automatic hatafanya nini? Hatamsaidia. So Chepkati is under pressure. Ndio si ajabu uone Chepkati akiresign. Si ajabu, I'm telling you, si ajabu uone Chepkati akisema kuwa mimi kwa sababu ya pressure yenye nimeona, it is good nisifanye nini, nisione elections ya 2022 mapema namna hii. But kama hakika ata oversee 2022 general elections, I'm telling you, bas hii ndio itakuwa a free, fair and credible and even very viable. Reason being, Chepkati sasa hivi is pulling aside of maybe deep state na hawa members wengine ambao hizi entities zingine ambazo zina oversee election. Sasa wao watakuwa wanamulika, the likes of ICT watakuwa wanamulika Chepkati, Communication of Kenya watakuwa wanamulika Chepkati, security watakuwa wanamulika Chepkati, whereby hata tamba na elections. Kwa akitamba na elections automatic anaweza kamatwa, even atiwe ndani. So if Chepkati ata oversee 2022 general elections, I'm telling you the truth, kila kitu mimi naona kitanyooka. But kama hit itakuwa juu, Chepkati ninaona ata resign before 2022 general election. Na hiyo na mimi ndio naona it is good a resign, cause haina haja to lose 40 billion kwa Chepkati oversee 2022 general elections ambayo itakuwa bungled, 40 billion ziende into west, alafu tena tutafute another chairman, cause radi, unajua radi haipigangi mti mara ya kwanza. Radi ishapiga mti, ishapiga Chepkati mara ya kwanza, tupatia 2017 elections mzuri. So kama 2022 radi again itapiga mti, whereby Chepkati ata oversee a bungled elections, so repeat elections, in fact, hata iona. Na angalia hiyo scenario whereby to lose 40 billion, alafu all those days from 2022 general elections mpaka tena repeat elections, tuwe tuna lose 1 billion daily. President alituambia itakuwa ni, it is a sad moment kwa history ya Kenya, so it is good. Kama my advice to Chepukati,
or let me ask you, could he be testing the waters to see whether how people react and whether they like him or not? He has been quiet and he wanted to see whether people are comfortable with him. Because one, I was also wondering, why is he making statements based on when one side complains? Like when he talked about electoral campaigns, like he was not serious. People have been campaigning, but he just issues a statement and people should not campaign before the official period. Like you are telling me, are you serious? Where have you been all that time? People have campaigned for the last 4 years. So you wake up today and you issue a statement and that is it. So he has not demonstrated some seriousness. Anyway, let me ask Isaiah. Isaiah, are you there?
Hello.
Isaiah, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, kindly make your final submission, then and he will crown his parting shots as we. Naona watu wamelala.
Watu wameretire.
Yes, even me, I just
Yeah.
came to make a small contribution and go back.
Okay, hata mimi wacha nimefuatilia na nimeona tunaelekea mahali tunajadiliana poa, isipokuwa ni wengine tunapokuja kwa mjadala inafaa tusikuje na ile, unajua ile you take position na wewe unakuja is like you are campaigning, you are trying to convince us to go on the other side. Inafaa tunaangalia mambo from both sides, because it is said that a coin has three sides. There is the head, there is the tail, and there is the edge. Now, for us to have a good discussion, we have to stay on the edge, in the middle. We cannot go this other side or that other side. Kuna vitu ambavyo DP anafanya ambazo si mbaya, na kuna zingine anafanya ambazo we might not agree with. On the other hand, pia there are some things that the other camp also is doing which are not bad, and there are some also we might not agree with. Unapata kama kuna, for example, DP anaenda pande hii anapeana mchango kanisani, tukija pande yetu na
sasa wewe ndio hautasaidia discussion, because you are coming in a general term. You know, for a discussion to be good, you stand on your side, another person stand on his side. We will get more facts, but when you stand in the middle, in fact,
no, you're not getting my point. My point is,
yes,
when I stand on one side, I am not rubbishing the other side. Ni kama tiawana mwelekeo hakuna kitu. You know, they also have other things, which is
this channel. Let me tell you, this channel is a political channel. You campaign for your candidate, bring the best out of him. Let the other side rubbish, so that we bring out. Now we will learn from your best. We're giving you homework. Bring out your best of the candidate. Let the other person poke holes. You bring out the best of the other candidate and let other people poke holes. We will, okay, we will exchange information from your side and our side, then we learn. But if you try to strike a balance, you not give us information. Actually, you try to deny. You try to deny, try to balance discussion. That is not the aim of this channel.
Okay, in that in
Hit
that
it hard.
case,
We don't mind. Hit it hard. We want to get information.
in that case, I'm going to hurt somebody very bad.
Okay, and that's how we learn, by the way. Because if you have become neutral, at some point you will avoid to say some things which could help.
Okay, it's very easy. Now the thing is this: the way things are, the candidates for those who are going to vie for the presidency, if you go by the way things are, I don't see Ruto beating Raila if there is free and fair election. That is the truth of the matter. Because Ruto has been campaigning for how long? Let's say 4 years. Raila has not campaigned, but this has Azimio la Umoja, it's a campaign in quotes, but it's not direct. But you see, like how long has Raila done this? And look at the result. Raila's crowd, it is organic crowd, si watu wa kulipwa, si wa kununuliwa. And whenever he's gone to these meetings, Azimio la Umoja, he's articulating matters, what he will do, how things will be, what can happen. Even this issue of a 6,000 for the families that have no income at all. Anasema hii itatoka kwa serikali, it will be in the budget. And where will he get the money? He knows where the corruption are. He knows where it's leaking. He will seal these loopholes. Ni kitu ukimsikiza, it is convincing. Hii pande ingine ukisikiza ni matusi tu. Unasikia mwingine anasema mnataka tubadilishe katiba tuongeze mamlaka ya rais, but in the BBI mamlaka ya rais haikuwa inaongezwa, ilikuwa itapunguzwa, itakuwa checked. But on this other hand, tunaambiwa mnataka tubadilishe tuongeze mamlaka ya rais, and people know that because they've been paid, wanapiga tu makelele, wana shout. So going by the facts on the ground and the way things are, Raila Amolo Odinga only needs free, fair, credible election to be held. Hata hahitaji endorsement ya His Excellency President, but if that one comes, is a big plus for him. But even without that one, ye mwenyewe unaona siasa zake si za matusi. He is a unifier. Everywhere he goes, is uniting people, is uniting leaders that had differed before. So is the man, according to me, if he's given the opportunity and he gets there, he can unite this Kenya. And he can deliver. When he and Kibaki came together, wakasema mambo ya watajenga super highway, people said it cannot be done because unajua ile mentality where we are coming from, hatujaona vitu kama hizi zikifanyika. But at the end of the day, the Thika highway was built. They came with a free education system because you are not used to this kind of things. You are coming with the mentality ya ile haiwezekani, unajua ni ufukara. We've never seen this kind of things happening. People said it cannot happen. Right now, as we are talking, it's history. Ilifanyika. Now, some of us have had an opportunity to travel. We have some exposure. This 6,000 thing that Raila is talking about, it is happening elsewhere. It is happening. Hiyo ni kama social fund, sio handouts. Ni kitu una register the company, the government has a way of sorting out and eliminating and knowing who is who, and there is a procedure. Once you register, whenever you are in that position whereby hauna income yote, you go there every month, you collect your money. Wakati unapata kazi, unajitoa huko and you continue contributing kusaidia mtu mwingine. So now some people who have no exposure, who don't know, wanasema hii ni handout, and some people like the DP, he knows this thing is working elsewhere. He knows it can happen, it can be implemented, anajua. lakini akienda kule kwa rali zake anaigonga ni kama handout na nini na nini. So you find like somebody like me, thank God I was able to go to school, and I can differentiate between uongo na ukweli. Now these
Now,
two people ukinipatia without
are you now agreeing with what I was saying? Even if today Raila sees Ruto doing a good thing, he will not go to the rally and say, today Ruto has done a good thing. Everybody campaigns for himself.
but now you see we need to pray that we get to the level whereby siasa isikuwe tu ni mauongo, hata kama ni
Yeah,
promise,
we need
hata
to base it on issues, real issues.
yeah, it should be issues. Let the challenge be how to implement that promise later. But at least if you are making promises, make promises that make sense. And if you are going to if you are going to challenge your opponent, don't just challenge like kuita mtu muganga, mchawi, mwizi, mtu akitendawili. I mean, this one does not help. I've not had mtu kama Raila akitusiana ovyo ovyo. Ye anapeana sera zake. Sijaona kitusi tu mtu, hata akisema ti mtu ni mwizi.
Ujasikia his latest song?
Nilisikia ile wakilewa wakitapika.
Hiyo sio matusi.
Hiyo si matusi. Ukiona wakilewa usidhani matajiri, hiyo ni pesa ya umma wameiba toka kwako. Now for a song like that one, let me ask you, Ruto anafanya campaigns ngapi in a month? Every campaign it's estimated at 5M. In a month, how much is that? All these years he's been doing. Hizo pesa zinatoka wapi? Sasa kama hawezi kuja kutuambia mali pesa zinatoka, tukikubrand mwizi, atukutusi. Tunajua mshahara yako ni 2,000,000. Uko na mabiashara, pengine kuku unapata 1,000,000 kila siku. Ushuru wa ulipi. So kama auibi wananchi, unaibia serikali. So if you are branded mwizi, sioni kama hiyo ni kutusiwa. Hiyo tu ni kama he needs to come out in the open aseme, mimi this is my income, this is what I do. Hizi pesa za campaign, marafiki wananisaidia hivi na hivi. So to cut the long story short, mjadala ni mzuri sana, nimefurahia. Leo imekuwa siku yangu ya kwanza and I like to speak the truth. Come 2022, it will be between Ruto and Raila. And Raila only needs.
Do you agree with the Iebc chairman that Iebc should not link itself with the election management committee? It should work alone.
No, I heard what Chebukati said, but I'm not very sure for the because I also had last election. There was a similar body, and Chebukati did not refuse working with them. So why now? Why now? And they are not even going like to tell him what to do. Hao ni watu ambao wako hapo kumsaidia na mawaidha, kusema vitu kama like just to give like advice. Even him, he can ask advice. And I had somebody, I forgot his name, alikuwa anasema hapa Chebukati akihitaji security, he'll approach Matiang'i to ask for advice. Akitaka pesa za kununua hizo voting things, he will approach treasury. So what is wrong with working with this team? Si ati wanakuambia lazima uende hii njia. We uko nao kutafuta advice. If I want to get
even America when we had COVID-19,
yes,
they changed their vote. Okay, they have had that email voting, but they measured now on email voting, and the email voting now they measured on the postal system. So you cannot work with the postal system without approaching the postal, maybe the communication minister or whatever. It has to
exactly
flow in a direction.
Exactly. But now if you see what Chebukati is doing and the stand is taking, There is something he knows we don't know. And as I've always stated, kwamba Kenya pesa inaongea, my brother. Umeona juzi zile malinks zitolewa na ule na ule leader mwingine, hata kwa kotini au majudges wako implicated. So unakuta kuna kitu Chebukati anajua ambacho hatujui, and I don't support him in that one, because these guys are not going to twist him to tell him lazima tuende hii njia. Yeye ndio ako pale kuuliza advice, kujua vile how to go about some other things. Kuna hii kampuni ilitengenezea Nigeria, you know, they are the one that delivered for Nigeria their ballot papers. The ballot papers, that company delayed for one week, ikafanya election ikacheleweshwa Nigeria. Now the same company, if Chebukati will give them the same tender, what if it happens the way it happened in Nigeria? Do we say the election will be delayed in Kenya for 2 weeks, 1 month? So these are some of the advice he can get while he's sitting on that panel. So I will be back next time nikipata nafasi tutaongea, lakini nimefuatilia, nimefurahia mjadala na vile umesema hapa kila mtu anatangaza msimamo. Mimi natangaza msimamo wangu, kura yangu ni ya Raila.
Campaign for your candidate. The only thing we normally say here is that after her campaigning so hard, we are never enemies, we are still friends. After that, unatoa shati yako ya yellow, unatoa yangu ya orange, we shake hands and Kenya moves on.
Kenya,
wins, we are happy with the Hustler Nation. If Raila wins,
Kenya tusidanganyane, hatujafika hapo. Kama wewe ni
tumefika.
Kama wewe ni
guys here I have friends. Let me tell you, it has to be personal. Don't talk it generally. They are I have friends here who are in UDA, but we normally meet. We take
now see. Hasa sikiza nikwambie.
Yes.
Unaona, kwa hii forum mimi sina shida na wewe, hauna shida na mimi. Lakini ukienda kule
we are talking about, we forget about the rest, because it has to begin somewhere.
Ukienda kule mashinani, mtu wangu.
It has to begin with me and Iebc here. Iebc, how are you? Hapa hivi, alafu tukitoka hapa tunaenda kunywa muziki pamoja.
Mimi na wewe na Iebc hatuna shida. Shida ni kwamba kule mashinani kuna watu ambao hawana hii exposure tuko nayo, wanapigana mpaka wanakuwa maadui. So the thing is, how can we get this down there kwa kila mtu?
But we are reaching them. That's why we are reaching them. We have to demonstrate it.
After 2037 lakini 2022 mimi naomba Raila atachukua. That is my belief, na inafaa aichukue mapema.
Unatabiri ama unaomba? Because umesema unaomba na tena unasema atachukua. Unatabiri ama unaomba?
Sinabii ni mtu wa maombi.
Okay. Sawa.
By saa 4 asubuhi awe ameichukua, na ile margin, the margin difference iwe ile kitu ambayo hata
kidogo siende sasa, ngoja kidogo usikie Iebc bila anasema pale. Iebc, how are you? Iebc, you are on mute. Unmute first.
Iebc,
very fine. Very fine.
Yes.
And you, how are you all?
We are good.
I'm just happy to be with you. Just shortly before I go to bed, I only have 2 words. First and foremost, of late, I was in holiday, so I never followed politics. But for the last 2 days, I followed. I just want you to remind my brother that despite that he owns a doctorate degree, he can just allow people to play with his psychology. First of all, it's being enjoyed that he's in the next president. And I don't think any normal Kenyan can vote my brother because I'm seeing he's just finishing everything from our people. First of all, what's happening in Moi University is just unacceptable. And Egerton too. There, we have our locals who are employed. And if he's really a good candidate to be a president of the whole country, he's starting with our place to finish everything. What of other places where he doesn't belong? This is our home area. If you can finish everything in the family, how can you be trusted with the whole country? You understand? I don't understand people who are supporting His Excellency, the Vice President of Kenya, to be the president. Because right now, he cannot manage that the office of the BP. He's ever on the move. He's a worried man. He's never settled. The country cannot be given to us somebody who moves like a warrior. He's like a warrior in the wilderness. You understand? So, just 2 words for my fellow Kenyans. Be careful when the deal is too good, think twice. You know, even in the whole world, I've never seen whereby you have to buy your voters and your supporters. You're supposed to sell your agenda for free. And that's where we call free and fair elections. But if you're buying people and you're buying supporters from other people, I think it's the wrong person to be on the ballot. Wishing you all the best.
Wait, Beth, how are you?
I'm good.
Thank you. You amaze me.
Chebet ameongea ukweli.
Yes, she's amazing, huh? I think
Ameongea ukweli.
if all of us can cross those boundaries and look at issues and not
Yeah,
exactly
but just maybe to add on Chebet, unajua seeking for presidency, it is not a bad thing, and anyone can seek for presidency. Lakini ukiangalia hiyo effort ambaye VP ameweka, ile liwalo na liwe, lazima nichukue hii. Kuna kitu ambaye inamsukuma DP, na hiyo alianza kitambo after 2013 waliposhikana na ndugu yake wakakuwa wanakumbana na hii kesi ya ICC. Kama nchi tuliwaombea because nobody will wish any other person ill. Wakatoka huko wakarudi, but kuanzia 2015 hapo.
I don't think you are creating another chance to contribute. You are just to comment.
Yeah, I'm only commenting. I'm only commenting, Chair. Only comment. My comment is from what Chebet amesema. Uwezi kuwa unataka hiyo kiti kwa kufa na kupona kama hauna hidden agenda. Now tunapoambiwa vitu, wa Kenya pia nafaa tuwe werevu. Let us not be taken for a ride. Let us use our mind. You look at the person that is promising you this. Look at his track record. Alafu naamua, can I trust this person? Kama unaweza kumtrust, go ahead. But some people are just there because wanataka pesa. Come the election day, my brothers and sisters, mutashangaa. Wengine ni pesa, wacha wakule. Wacha tu wanaenda wanapewa wanakula. But those who are benefiting more are those who are leading those groups. Mali pesa zinapewa alafu zipelekwe kule chini. Au wanakula huku juu wanapeleka chini 100, 200.
Okay,
Matt, thank you so much. Wacha tu come election, let us vote with our minds, not with our stomach.
Okay, let's have Bas. Welcome, Demba. Let's have Bas. Bas, how are you?
I'm good.
Bas is the strongest supporter of DP. Akikuwa hapa, I know the discussion will be balanced. Welcome. Tell us from the body language to people say that the president snobbed DP. What do you think? And then the
The
speech of
president,
the president, including issues to do with BBI. What is your take?
actually today's address was the most boring that we have ever had from a state address, to be precise, because it is not what is. I would support what Duale has said. It is not what is envisaged in the constitution. The constitution talks of three things that should be addressed in the state address: national security, international relationship, but does not go on to start telling us what you have been doing. BBI is dead. I think the president needs to come to terms with that the BBI is dead. He has got 8 months to go, and we are counting each day as he goes for him to please leave Kenya for a moment. If I may contribute towards what Chebukati
Leave
and the
power,
independence
not
of...
leave Kenya. I think you need to put it right. He will leave power, not Kenya.
Absolutely.
Yes, leave
We
power,
have,
not Kenya.
yes, like Kibaki. Let him join Kibaki in retirement silently. When we talk about IEBC, I think we are trying to relate two things that
There is
are not
somebody,
the same.
is it your background bus?
No.
Or it's
It's mine.
When we are talking about the
I've
IEBC,
muted you now. You can just listen.
when I've talked about the IEBC, I think we are trying to relate a 2016 meeting between IEBC and the judiciary. And that meeting was about preparedness of the judiciary to handle election petitions that would result in 2017 election. It was not what it is today. What we have today is like an ombudsman for the IEBC. IEBC is independent. I think that's what the I indicates. IEBC gets its budget from parliament, not from an individual, they do not seek money from the treasury. They go to parliament. IEBC seeks security from the inspector general, not from the cabinet secretary. It is that independent. The action by Chebukati is spot on, and those are guys we should support. Those are the guys who will make this country become what the constitution talks it should be, not people who follow whatever is laid on them.
So why did he wait for people to complain is when he take action? And then why where has he been all that time? Because he attended like 1 or 2 meetings.
Yes. Wekesa, mtu hakatai mwito. Unakata unachoitiwa. I think he was very frank on the letter and he said the terms of reference are not okay. They are unconstitutional. And he listed a few in his letter, which every right-thinking Kenyans would not find them to be okay. We cannot have an independent body being dictated. Let us remove the one independent and replace it with dependent. Let us call it dependent electoral boundary and commission, not independent. So that it can
What are
always
those
depend.
issues being dictated? Kindly elaborate. What are those issues being dictated?
I think in the letter he says of somebody trying to talk about the system that will be used on the election. That is squarely a matter with the IEBC. It has got nothing to do with any cabinet minister. There are institutions that are independent of the cabinet minister. The police is independent, is supposed to be independent. Let institutions in Kenya stand for what they have been named to be. Let them not start taking other things. Let everyone respect the constitution. That's all Chebukati is saying. We are independent. Please, if you have something, let us discuss it one-on-one, not in such a platform. And I think that's a very bold move.
Let me ask you, is judiciary independent?
Judiciary, it should be independent.
It should be independent. So when independent bodies come together, what do they form? Should they cooperate or not? Or the fact that they're independent, they should exist in utopia, like they are not interlinked with anything.
The terms of reference of their meeting is what guides whether they are participating in that meeting as independent or they are going there as subordinate to other entities. You cannot call a meeting to start telling judiciary how to decide cases. That one you cannot. And I think we are frank on that.
Someone has a question, Themba?
I admire Baz for the selective amnesia that they're exercising in all this matter, but it is expected. What Baz is not telling us is the history behind the formation of that multi-sectorial body. Maraga called it some time back, and he sat in it, and all of them were part of it. And by then, nobody spoke, not Ruto, not anyone. I know it is politically convenient right now to raise issues about it, and of course, there even the way Baz is talking, you see, he cannot tell. He's just bitter. He's bitter without even knowing why he is bitter. He's bitter for for something that is not. Are they preempting going to the Supreme Court? Have they already sensed defeat? It is his own presidential candidate, I think, Ruto, who said that even if you put one Oburu Odinga as the chairman for Iebc, we don't care. We have the people. So I wonder why Baz is bitter right now. Having said that, though, I also wish to ask Baz to I know they're in a very tough position right now because they're the ones now who are writing letters where, like, if you see just before 2017, it was NASA that was writing letters to Iebc, before pre-2013, it was NASA writing letters. Now it is them writing letters, it's them asking the Iebc, asking the judiciary. So I think there's some level of bitterness even in the way Baz is talking, which I think we need to work on. You need to work on your bitterness. What Chebukati did was simply decide that he was not going to be part of that multi-sectorial sectorial thing, but it didn't start right now. It started way before even Koome came into power, and Chebukati attended all of them. By the way, he participated, and he even assured people that with that kind of focus, there's going to be free and fair election until you made noise. So why are you bitter, Baz? Why are you so bitter? That's what I don't get. There's I love even the way you put it, like it's okay, relax.
Vemba. I am very relaxed.
You're not. Your voice
the good thing is
you're already looking like you're fearful, like it's so gloomy. Let him stay away. Yes, we don't want him. No, relax.
No, you see, The good thing with you is a conspiracy theory. You are now spinning some things. I would like to refer you to an article of that 2017 and that meeting between Maraga. By then, he had not even been confirmed as a CJ. He was a nominee for the CJ position. He chaired that meeting. The meeting was between IEBC and the judiciary, which was chaired by Maraga. And the terms of reference was preparedness for the election petitions for the 2017 election. I think you should be
Hold
frank
on,
with
Buzz.
that.
Hold on, Buzz. Why are you saying he was a nominee and how was he chairing it?
There was, remember Nani had resigned. Mutunga had resigned way before.
Now, how was he a nominee and he was chairing a multi-sectorial forum?
He was a chief justice. He was a chief justice in waiting. Who else could have chaired the meeting?
So how was he a nominee?
I am asking you. He
No,
had
send me
already
that
been.
article. When
He
was
had
that?
been nominated. He had
When,
been nominated for the chief justice position.
you know,
I
you
think
cannot. You can. No, wait. You want to mislead us. You cannot start acting and even be a chair of the judiciary, whatever service commission before you've been confirmed.
Can I read you the article?
Go ahead. Now you just send the article.
No,
We'll
send
read
the
it
link.
later.
Send
Maybe.
the link. Send the
Send
link.
the link. We will read it.
From the comment.
No, just
Or the
send the
comment
link.
section.
Send the link.
Where do I send the link?
The comment section. You can send it there.
Yes, I will send the link.
But go
That is
ahead
what
with
the
your
meeting
submission.
was.
Go ahead with the submission.
That is for your research to do, so that you don't spin facts saying that there was a meeting between the IEBC, the security sector, but at a go, all of them together. There was no such meeting
No,
prior to
listen,
2017.
listen. Now you see, now even you're a. Okay, what is the name of this particular committee, the multi-sector? What is its name?
This is the first time we are having such a meeting.
No, what
a
is its
multi-sectoral
name?
committee.
What is its name?
The current one.
Yes.
No, I have not read it. What it is? I don't know what
So
its
you
name
don't
is.
even know the name of the committee, and you're commenting on it.
The name is not important.
What do you mean? Okay.
You can sugarcoat the name, eh? Remember, you can sugarcoat the name. You see?
You
see?
you see, now that's why I told you, Buzz, when you argue with emotions, you lose the point. I told you to calm down. Don't argue with emotions. Take your
You
time,
know,
step back. There's no need of coming with the fighting mood. It's okay for IEBC chair to get out of what? Of a committee you don't even know the name. You don't even know who constitutes it.
no, who constitutes, I know. We know who the members are.
Who are the members?
The member, there is the CAK director. There
No,
is a
who
PA
chairs it?
security.
Who chairs it?
Who chairs it?
Mm-hmm.
I think it is being chaired by Kome, if I'm
You
not wrong.
think?
Yes, I think. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure about it, whether
Now you
she's on sharing
now
the meeting.
Yeah.
Buzz.
Yes.
Let me help him.
Before you help him, I wanted to ask him a question. Now he thinks it was okay for that time for Maraka to have a meeting with the judiciary in the preparedness of judiciary to handle election petition. So you think IBC wants to know the preparedness of judiciary, but other bodies, they don't have a mandate to know the IBC preparedness for election. You think that makes sense for you?
That is why I'm saying the case. You see, we are debating on the information in the public domain. But what the response of Chebukati, which is very official, saying that the terms of reference of the meetings, he cannot work with it. They are unconstitutional. There is a lot he could not simply put it on the letter, but that points to it that there are some things that they are supposed to discuss in that meeting that should not be discussed.
Yeah, but his word cannot be taken as law, because even when he petitioned against the BBI, the court overruled it. So whatever he has said is not a law. It can be challenged.
And unfortunately, you cannot challenge an independent body taking on its independent position. You can only do that in law, not in the
Even
committee.
independent bodies are taken to court, and they
That's why I said
have found they have erred. The fact that you are independent doesn't mean you exist in utopia, and I've told you that. You coexist with others.
Wekesa, the matter at hand is not about
Even Koome is coming there to represent an independent body. So Iebc is not the only independent body in Kenya.
So which independent body is a PS security representing?
No, I'm just giving you an example that
And I'm telling you, Ekesa, if it is a meeting of independent bodies, let it be a meeting of independent bodies. But we cannot have other subordinate bodies in a meeting of independent bodies.
I think your argument.
I think
you
the
are
best.
arguing for the sake of winning the argument, but in terms of facts,
you didn't say that.
You can still win this argument, yes.
You didn't say that.
No, you see, Wekesa, you know, Baz is arguing from a point of let me just say that let me support Chibukati for working out.
In fact, he supported first.
Yeah.
He supported Chebukati first, and then he went. Now he's looking what else? What can I use to support him?
Now he's trying to fish.
Trying to pull here, pull there.
Trying to push for support.
Have mercy on Baz. Have mercy on Baz.
Okay.
Temba.
Temba.
Have mercy on Baz.
You are coming back. Baz, let me give you a commercial break. We have Temba and Penny who have joined us. Temba, make your submission, and Penny to follow.
Thank you. I want to start by just giving a ride on what Baz has said. You know, Baz has come and his first statement was, I agree today, this was the most boring speech. And I understand where he's coming from. You see, when over time, for a very long time, for about 4 years now, they have been repeatedly, you know, told, and it has been drummed in their head that everything stopped when Raila and Uhuru had a handshake. And that is something that has been in every rally the deputy president has been going on. He has tried to make them believe that nothing is happening in this country, that the road came to a standstill when Uhuru shook hands with Raila. So today, the president, in my view, was first of all trying to tell them that, hey, the things that have happened, I can go on, and 2 hours is not even enough, you know, to elaborate and tell you what is happening in case you didn't know, you know, to the extent that the president went ahead to tell them that, hey, KMC is making $1 million, I think, per day, where it used to make, I think, around 8,000. So he said the rest you can imagine where it has gone. He enumerated quite a lot. And, you know, I expected this reaction from people like Baz, that it was the most boring speech, because every time the president was saying that this is happening, they are looking at what have we been told. I'm sure even some of them should be sitting somewhere and wondering, okay, fine, we have been told that work stopped. How come all these things are happening? Where are these things? Is this still this Kenya that we have been told that things stopped? So it had to be boring, and it has to be boring for one reason, that their campaign vehicle has just developed some punctures. It has been punctured because they had been given a lot of ideas that, hey, Kenya got into a clog. Nothing is happening in Kenya. There's no money, you know. But President enumerated so many things that
that is happening out there, and the development that he has achieved up to today. For me, I liked it. I liked the idea that he was able to take that time to remind them that yes, you can be repeating in many podiums and nothing is happening. These are the things that are happening. So you can choose. You know, they didn't like it because you see, they did the nation was glued to that, and that is what they didn't want. They didn't want that attention. Nobody should listen to that. You know. So I think for me, I liked what the president did. Reminded them that it didn't stop. It goes on, and things are happening. Definitely, I'm sure they are going to go back to the drawing board, and you expect, as it is, that starting tomorrow they'll be. It's interesting. They are trashing the time, yet they take a whole day going to several rallies to try and repeat the same. And they are thinking that when the president is trying to enumerate what he has done to Mwananchi, they are thinking that is boring time. You know, so it tells you how
Yeah, I was
sensitive.
asking the question. So between the
Yeah.
2 hours or boring hours of Uhuru and 4 years of campaign, which one is more boring?
Exactly. You see, it tells you where their priorities are. It tells you where the priority of these particular individuals are. Instead of coming out and even trying to say that at least these things have been achieved for Mwananchi, they are selfish to say that the president took so much time, you know, enumerating what he has done to Mwananchi. So I thought they should be even, like they say that their bottom-up approach, that they are concerned about Mwananchi, they should actually come out there and say that these are good things that have happened. We'll come and do this and more. And it is also in record. The deputy president has been going around saying that, okay, we have done this, we have done this. I thought he would be happy. You know, he would pick all this the president has said and start saying that we'll do this and more. But now his foot soldiers are coming out to attack the time, you know. So 4 years is not campaigning and doing 136 rallies in a day, just making noise about one thing, and 2 hours of telling us what has happened. I think that is someone is taking other people for a fool, and their campaign needs to sit back and start imagining what else can we offer, because all what they have been saying has been busted with just a 2-hour speech. I hope that they'll go back to the drawing board and try. You know, they were feeling angry that people are glued for 2 hours to enumerating development process. I think that is what I understand where Baz is coming from. Baz, you don't have to be bitter. Some of us really are happy that Uhuru enumerated, and compare us to the tigers, you know, the Asian tigers, the way they have been able to revamp in 25 years. And I think whatever it is that he said, incremental changes is very important. Secondly, the president was tried to, you know, what they didn't like about the BBI thing was the idea that the president seemed to bring out the concept that, hey, yes, BBI failed, but there were good parts of it that we lost in the process. And he said it was going still to come, you know, because now if the process is still anchored, I'm sure the good things about BBI are still going to come. And he said he has already even done 30% minimum, even without the BBI, which I think is a good thing. And they should be happy. I mean, I wonder what happens. You don't just have to disagree for the sake of disagreement, or the hope in their people was being kind of, you know, diverted a little bit. Finally, Iebc independence. I personally, if you ask me, Ruto and his troops, they were very, very vocal when a few years ago the opposition was trying to say that there's a problem with the Iebc as it is. If rigging was to take place in
Vemba, if I may ask you a little bit, huh?
Yes,
You know
Baz. And
what? What?
usikuwe na hasira sana. Relax,
No, no,
tutulia.
no. I'm very relaxed. What bores people is when you give a speech that is just tilted to the best of your side. I think you
But
had the other day. Just a minute, I finish. I think you
okay.
had the other day the governor for Nyeri telling Raila in his face that we don't want history, and he came back to elaborate and told him, we just don't like you telling us the good things you did. Also, take share of the bad things that you have done to this country. And today, as the president was speaking about COVID and containment measures, we expected him to say, and money was lost. And in 21 days, I have no report.
Yeah, so if he says that, what will you guys say? You know, that is it is for you guys who are going to attack him to say the bad thing. So why do you want him to say that? You've already said it all. Another thing, if we talk about issue of history, it is your deputy president who said that nani alisaidia Uhuru, nani alisaidia Raila. Is that not history? Nani alisaidia?
My problem I have with them is that they think, and that's where the Uhuru hit them. He said that in the first statement, he said that for me to come into this parliament, I was held the hand with Raila Odinga and Musalia Mudavadi. What he was telling the UDA guys is that history does not begin with 2013, Ruto supporting me. Kenyan history is longer.
And even history, even Baz, I think I like the way sometimes when you guys argue, you forget that even you guys have, like, I don't know if it is selective amnesia or something. It is your the deputy president, your presidential candidate, who has loaded on us on history, on how he started the Big Four agenda. That is history, right? It is not history with Uhuru. And how he's the one who was working in which ministry and the way he worked. And the way Ruto is the one who, I mean, those are part of history. So is it only history and relevant when you guys are talking about it? And when these other guys are talking about it, they should mention. Ruto did not tell us of how, he does not talk about how he has gone and even he went and akanyakua shamba ya wenyewe akaambiwa na koti arudishe. He never talks about that because that is the work of those people who are attacking him to talk about it. It's not for him to mention that. So Ruto has not told us of how he was even mentioned in the maize scandal. It is not for him to say that. It is for us, those who are attacking him, to say that. So it is for you. What will we say if you guys are not attacking? You guys have all the negative because you never see anything positive about the government. And that is it's politics. So you, whatever negative you see, bring it on. Now, if you want Uhuru to come and tell you how KEMSA money was lost, what will you guys have for your campaign? It is for
In
you.
fact, he should have complained something big. Akasema, how comes he mentioned Raila 3 times and he never mentioned Ruto once?
and now I think Baz as community ancestor, iko nini?
Yes, Mr. Themba, 1 minute. I tell Baz something. Baz, you are saying that during COVID pandemic period, in fact, we lost money. Yeah, in fact, we lost money, but the president today told us that Kenya did not choose fear in that dangerous moment. That is when COVID hit last year. The Revito company began producing COVID syringes that were exported to 20 countries. So 70 million syringes at that time were exported, which means even though we lost money through KEMSA, in the other hand, Revito company, in fact, came up with got that opportunity of producing syringes, whereby again we gained money. So it is 50-50. Yeah.
Okay, but anyway, my point is, even as Baz was asking, I found Nyeri governor very, very, very out of order and allowing himself to be driven with very baseless political arguments. You know, when as a governor you start saying that don't tell us about history, and he has children, he need to tell them about the history of where they came from, and even him himself is a product of history. That's a person who is functioning in a very interesting, especially for someone like him to speak like that. And then of course, let me finish Baz, because now even the
listening to the
questions you
ground.
ask, you see, even the ground is based on history, because when they tell us that yangu kumi yako kumi, see, that is history. Ama hiyo ni nini, Baz? What is that? Is
I
that
think
history?
he is headed on the side of the
In
people.
enumeration of all the projects Ruto has done, situmeweka stima, situmejenga reli,
Yes,
all those
history.
are past things. He's not telling us about the future. Those are the things they have done. Those are
Nobody
historical events that
Nobody,
happened.
yes, nobody knows about the future.
The historical things he is telling you about, they are visual things that you can see.
No,
Do you see the support of Kibaki?
Why are you classifying history now? History is history. If you don't want to hear history, don't tell us about yangu kumi yako kumi. Don't tell us about what you did up to wakati wa handshake. Don't tell us about all that.
In fact, today nani ameulizwa about scorecard ya Uhuru, our colleagues, akasema between 2013 and nini, I give Uhuru 80%. Between 2017 to I give 30%. You see, for them, they believe between 2013 and 2017 is when Jubilee performed. That is history. Tell us now, because this is the current 5 years. You are elected for the second term to deliver something. You are not elected second term because you are supposed to enjoy the things you did in the first term. You are elected in the second term to deliver. So tell us what you have delivered in the second term.
And then Baz, cherry picking history so that you can see where it suits you best does not make you any of a better historian.
Baz, let's have a commercial break. We have Penny, and then Joe have joined us. Penny, how are you?
Sasa Baz amenikata tu hivi hata sikumaliza.
Oh.
Fine, thank you.
No, you are coming in Demba and then you are moderating. Actually, watch a Penny aongee and then you'll come back.
What do you mean? Tuko hapa na Penny, so
uko na privileges up to the end.
Niko na privileges, but I'll be leaving in about 40 minutes, unless Penny will take it up to after 1 hour, then come and close.
So,
if you
Pemba,
can
are
assure
you,
her, if you can
Yeah.
assure
are
her,
you
we'll
finishing
close
your
next.
submission, or I can talk?
No, go on. Go ahead. I oblige. The chairman has told me to be quiet. So.
Okay, it's been a long time. Thank you for the privilege. Yeah, and in today's topic, it's about the State of the Nation address, the BBI revival, and the Iebc independence. Yeah. So maybe I'll start with the State of the Nation address by His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta. I think one thing that I need to comment about the speech, today's speech, is that half of his speech was actually historical, similar to what Raila did on the Mashujaa Day. You know, he gave a lot of historical facts, and that is what Uhuru did today. You know, he started by giving an account of his political journey that was quite significant, just like it has been mentioned here that his political journey did not start in 2013 the way the DP reiterates that yeye ndiye alifanya Uhuru akakuwa president, you know. His journey is a journey that started a long time ago beyond 2013. And that is why in most of the cases you find that our opponents, the UDA people, they hate history so much because history has a way of filtering out truths and bringing some truths to light. And the UDA team have been their campaigns have been very, very pregnant with the propaganda. And I think in Uhuru's speech today, he was able to water down a lot of the lies and the propaganda that have been spread by the DP and his cohorts, especially in a place like Kisumu, where the DP featured the BBI as a document that was full of fraud, you know. So the president was he was very, very categorical about the benefits that the BBI would have brought. And even me myself, I was very shocked when he just stopped it. He elaborated on something to do with the gender balance. And I think for women, we have a lot to lose because if the 50% of senators in this country were supposed to be women, I think that is something that is it's quite something for women leadership, you know. So the president was able to water down a lot of the lies, a lot of the propaganda that has been spread by UDA in their rallies of how BBI would be very detrimental to our country. He was very much able to teach us, you know, to bring to light what the benefits of BBI would be. And I think as Kenyans, we have lost a lot by failing to embrace BBI. So I think, yeah. So the president's speech was an eye opener to us today of the lies that have been peddled to us on the disadvantage of BBI, and then also from the speech, the president brought it very clearly that since the handshake, in fact, a lot of his development that he has achieved to date, it comes back to the time when he had a handshake with the Raila, you know. So ever since they had a handshake, I think Raila was able to bring in a lot of the expertise and the knowledge and the experience that they used during Kibaki's tenure. And by joining hands with the president, that is what has made them to achieve a lot in terms of infrastructure, in terms of health. You know, a lot of facilities have been equipped with modern facilities. And also in terms of the economy, despite the pandemic, the country has been able to achieve some milestones, even in terms of the containment of COVID. And looking at some organizations that have been able to do well in terms of producing syringes, and then also in terms of even bringing vaccines for people to be vaccinated. A lot of people have also been vaccinated so far. So I think Uhuru was able to clearly bring out the fact that a lot has been happening in the background. A lot has been happening in the country, contrary to what his deputy has been spreading. That, you know, since the handshake, the Big Four agenda was derailed and nothing is happening. So I think he was able to dismantle the lies by the DP. And also in his body language, you could see that the president was very reluctant to say hi to the DP. At some point, the DP was like trying to, you know, extend greetings, but I think His Excellency Mr. Uhuru is very fed up of the kind of body, whatever, double speak, you know. Someone who greets you and hugs you when you're with him, but when he goes for the campaigns, you know, he spits venom. So I think that also came very clearly that he's very much fed up of his deputy and is not willing to take any crap from him. I think that will be, I'll leave it there for the state of the arts address. Then maybe I'll go to the IEBC the independence of the IEBC. Yeah, sometime in November, I think the UDA and the MPs allied to the party wrote a letter to the Chief Justice Martha Koome, requesting her not to be part or to take part in the committee, in the technical working committee for election preparedness, you know. But as much as we have independent bodies like IEBC and the judiciary is also an independent body, but that does not necessarily mean that they cannot like work together on something that touches on the nation, an important event like election. They are supposed, the judiciary together with the IEBC, the representatives are free to come and have discussions on how the elections can be driven in a peaceful manner, and also in a manner that will ensure that the country is safe. You know, everyone is safe and there is no violence, and that there is no bungling of elections, so that to ensure that we have credible elections. So I do not see anything necessarily wrong by the CJ engaging in the committee. You know, it is a part and parcel of her job to 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 meet with other independent organizations to contribute whenever she's called upon. So yeah, I think she was justified to be in that committee as opposed to our UDA people, brothers who are complaining and writing letters left, right, center. Then about the revival of the BBI, I think when Uhuru says that the BBI will be revived, it just shows the amount of confidence that he has in the fact that Raila is most likely to clinch the presidency. So we are looking forward to Raila taking the mantle from the president, and then we are hoping that he'll revive the BBI, and that most of the beautiful things that we were bound to lose will be brought back to life, and our country will be a way better country. Because even looking at the expansion of the judiciary, no, sorry, the expansion of the executive, you know, this thing has put these presidential candidates in a very tight corner, because for you to choose the running mate, you know, it's a very, you've got to do a very calculative move to on the kind of a candidate that you're going to choose. But at least if we had the positions of a deputy president and all those others, prime minister, you know, and a president, I think it would have been much easier to include, you know, to include other regions that normally fell left out, because we cannot continue having presidency shifting between Mount Kenya and Rift Valley. You know, other areas that fell left out also have a right to participate in the leadership of this country. So I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny, for your submission. Joe?
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Although I don't have much, I came here late. I didn't watch the State of the Nation address. I have been trying to catch up bits by bits. But going by what I've heard so far, I think the speech was well calculated to demystify the propaganda that the Uda people have been propagating to Kenyans or to the potential electorates. But according to my own maybe analysis, is as much as the speech was good, how many Kenyans listened to it? That's the question. How many Kenyans? You see, the Kenyan population is like a pyramid. The rich, the elites are very few. The middle class wako hapo katikati. The majority ni wale wako chini. And these are the people that Ruto has targeted. So as much as the people Ruto has targeted, these are people, most of them didn't listen to their speech. They don't even have time for it. Or maybe they don't have access to watch those speech or to listen to those speech. So maybe the set of the address did not reach the people Ruto has targeted. So the propaganda of UDA will still stick because they'll go out there, they'll talk what they want to talk, like they've been talking before. But these people they're talking to have not listened to the other side of the story. So I see it from that point of view that UDA will still go ahead with the propaganda. And actually, the people they're addressing will listen to these people. Actually, if you see public rallies, most people, the elites and the middle class, they watch these things on TV or through social media. The people who UDA speaks to, most of them wanakwanga pale live kwa ground. So still, the propaganda will still hit. That's what I can say for now. But I like to say or some things what I had somebody called Baz was speaking about. History stands for the present and for the future. It is only through history that we can improve by looking behind what we should sustain and the mistakes which we should avoid. Without history, we are not going anywhere in future. So history is very, very, very important for the present and the future. And also, Bas should have told us that I heard him saying that Uhuru should have mentioned KEMSA. While we know Ruto has been talking about roads, he's been talking about electricity connection, last mile. He's been talking about SGR. Ruto does not tell us that the budget of SGR was doubled from 150 to about 300 something billion. He does not tell us that the last mile connection, there was a lot of contracts, lobby side contracts. Ruto does not tell us that the roads, the cost per kilometer was more than what is required. So he should not expect also Uhuru to tell the nation about KEMSA. We know the first half, the Jubilee government had were better positioned to develop this country because they took over this country when the economic of this country was quite stable. So they had a better chance to grow this country more than the second chance because during the second term they'd already overborrowed and some of the loans were to be paid back. But surprisingly, it is the second term when uchumi ilikuwa ishaenda chini and already they have overborrowed, the loans were to be paid back, that Uhuru Kenyatta has done more work than he did in his first term. Meaning that had it not been for the deputy president pulling him down, I believe Uhuru has got a good heart for this country. He could have done more. I'm very sure. Because the second half, we had less cases of corruption. So I'm very sure he could have done more if he didn't have that baggage during the first half. On IBC, Chebukati says he wants to work independent. I heard even Baz saying that they should be independent. Independent doesn't mean that you work alone. And whatever IBC is doing touches every Kenyan and every sector of this nation. So he cannot say, I'm independent, I want to work alone. I can say a story of 9/11. Before 9/11, the FBI were working alone. And that's why they missed that the bombing of the World Trading Center. This is because the information of this bombing was there outside, but they were not coordinated. That's why the terrorists succeed. Ni kama hapa sisi kwetu, if the police work with all the other security agencies, that is the NIS and the CID, maybe partly the KRA, they're likely to succeed in whatever they're doing, whether it's KRA, whether it's the police, whether it's the CID, because of that shared information of how to go about these things. Like you see in, let's say like Nairobi, not every policeman knows every building and what goes inside those buildings. But if you put the county council inside and they work together, the county council people know exactly every single house and every single office, who owns what and what goes in there. So it's easy if they share this information, all of them, to curb the crime rates and maybe to trace those criminals. It will be easier. But if the police were to work alone, I think it's going to be a hard work for them. So independence doesn't mean that you work alone. No, it means you can do your mandates, whatever you're mandated to do, but you need the cooperation of other sectors. It is very, very, very essential. Because if they are to work alone, they need the police to do this work and other sectors. They need even the judiciary to do this work successfully. So in order for somebody to deliver, I mean, all of us, for us to deliver whatever we're doing, we need other sectors. It does not stop us from doing what we are mandated to do, but I think it's very important that other sectors also come in so that we get the information. Information is power. So hakuna kitu kama ati if you're independent you can work peke yako without others. I don't think it's possible. They'll mess more. I'd like to leave it at that. Maybe some other time I can contribute more.
Thank you, Joe, for your insights. I've seen someone else has joined us. That is Omar. Omar, do you have any submission?
Okay, nimeingia sahi. Unanisikiza?
Yeah, go ahead.
Nilikuwa nimetoka kidogo, nimeenda nini half time, lakini nimerudi. Nilikuwa nimezungumza kwanza kuhusu maneno ya rais alizungumza leo, lakini leo imepita, I think ni saa 6. Tuko kesho tumefika. Okay, nilikuwa nataka kuzungumza kuhusu IEBC. Chebukati kujitoa kwa IEBC, hiyo kamiti walikuwa pamoja na I think Chief Justice Koome na Interior. Kujitoa haitakuwa imeweza kusaidia IEBC. Pia watu pia wanaanza kufikiria vibaya kuhusu IEBC kujitoa, ni kama kuna watu wanamtumia. Unajua saa hii Chebukati anajaribu kufanya kama ile 2017 vile alifanya. Mtu amechanganikiwa, hajui pali anaenda, yani ajielewi, kwa sababu hii unashikilia uhai ya Wakenya, na Wakenya already 2017 walikufa pia. Ni kama anataka kurudi huko tena, na tunamsihi sana huyu Chebukati aangalie, kwa sababu Kenya vile tunajua hakuna siku itakuwa free and fair election. Yani kila siku tunajidanganya tu bure. Kenya hata wale wanapiga kura hawana haki. kuna watu wana decide already, hizo kura zimeshaamuliwa na inajua ni nani next president. Na kitu ya pili, nimepata mada ya mlikuwa mnaendelea kuhusu deputy, kuhusu hii kampeni yake anafanya. Kampeni yake ameanza kufanya mapema before. Na mimi nime jana I think so, nimetoka kuongea na rafiki yangu, ni mtu ni mdadisi wa siasa, yani ni mtu anatoka Central. Amesema ametembea akauliza watu kama 100 ground. Hakuuliza wale wa vijana, wale watu wazima, wale unajua huyu mtu ako na vote na huyu mtu hana. Ukiangalia wale watoto wale wanamfuata Ruto ni wale hawajijui, na wengi hata hawajai kupiga kura. Sasa huyo rafiki yangu akanieleza aliuliza watu 100. Maajabu, ile hisabu alipata watu 80 walisema wana support Raila, na watu 20 akapata wana support William Ruto. I think so, akasema watu kama 10 hivi, sikumuelewa vizuri, watu 10 hivi hawaja decide pale wanaenda. Sasa hii inaonyesha katika Central already mzee Raila Odinga wakati ameenda kufanya ile umoja ya Wakenya huko, already hiyo imemshtua DP, na ile kugain Raila kupanda juu Central inaanza polepole. Na nimekuja kugundua Ruto anatumia wa vijana, lakini haswa wale utapata Wakikuyu wako na magorofa, wale mabusinessman, wale yani wamekomaa kisiasa, wanajua siasa ni nini, hawa hawako na Ruto kabisa. Ni hawa vijana hawa utapata hawa wanajiita sijui, wameshadanganywa asla, wameshadanganywa na Ruto, wameamini Ruto ni asla kama hao. Mtu ako na machopa, ako na manini, anadanganya wa vijana wadogo ati ni asla kama yeye, na wa vijana wanamfuata. Yani hatujui hii masomo tulisoma Kenya, wa vijana sisi, ni masomo inatusaidia ama ni ile ujinga tuko nayo? Hapo tu ndio nilikuwa na mada yangu, ndio nilikuwa na hizo mbili peke yake. Naweza kuendelea.
Yeah, nimeona mmerudia hiyo story ya vijana kumfuata. But that's explainable right now because kuna handouts. You know, I have talked to some friends also on the ground. Wanasema huku ni kukula tunakula. You know, the reflection did not come out as you'd have expected when the Iebc was doing its registration. Those who are supposed to be first timers, the target was 6 million young people, but they didn't even get half of that. That is 1.5. They got 1.5, I think. That's not even half of 6 million. So if the support was vile tunasema hapa ati wanamfuata hivyo sana na wanataka kweli kumpigia kura, then would have seen them going kuchukua kura en masse, you know. But right now from the ground, there's already what I'm hearing from people is there's kuna ile story ya kwamba uongo ambao Ruto amesema kwa muda, it's already coming out, imeanza kusikika, unaona. So wale ambao wanabaki wanasema kwa sababu yes, Ruto has been using money to bribe people to attend those things, but they are not going to vote.
Yes.
You know, they're saying that okay, for hii pesa, in fact wameshaambiwa kwamba hii pesa kuleni ni yenyu. Yeah. So if he's going to some place, you see people are sending mobilization fee, you're going to get 500 because Ruto's tactics right now is a copy paste of Moi's tactics in the 80s. You know, he used to come in with the unga, with the mahindi, you know, the same thing, and because is taking advantage of people's lack at a particular point in time. So says Indio, he has created a problem. His activities in the previous have led to us having the youths right now who don't have those jobs. And then the problem you have created, now you're promising the same people that you're going to solve that problem. Kenya was hit by a very bad economic downturn during Youth for KANU 92 when money was overprinted, you know. And Ruto was the Secretary General of Youth for KANU 92 that actually participated in actually making the Kenya's economy to be bad. So he steals and enriches himself. Few years down the line, now he says that now they are coming. He wants to be the savior of a problem he created. So the youths have been told, hey, look here, he's giving you money, take. So the ones who are making noise about they are listening to him, they actually can see, because he's the same one who has said that Kenya haina wajinga. So those youths are not fools. They are very bright. Na ukiangalia wengi vijana wale wameenda shule, wale wamesoma, wale college students, seriously, you talk to them, they'll tell you that they really don't understand what Ruto is saying. Because at one point he's waking up and telling you that I'm not in government. Nilifukuzwa, siku hizi anafanya kazi na opposition. Then the next day he's coming to give you a press conference of how the government is going to be investing in a particular thing. You don't need to go to college to understand that this is a person who is lying. At one time he's out telling you that I've not even started my campaign yet. The next time he's donning this uniform of this party. So whom are you dealing with? You know. So that imagination that Kenyans are fools. We just need to keep repeating the same lie. Imeanza kupitwa na wakati. It would have sold 4 years ago before the campaign started. But right now, these people are becoming bright. Time has moved, and the people that he thinks he's trying to mobilize are not actually picking it. They're actually getting the money. They have been told, this is your money. If you are given the money, eat it. It's yours. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hata huko Rift Valley, okay, my mama anatoka Rift Valley, huko kunaitwa Mulot. Yeah, part ya Rift Valley. Ukiangalia Rift Valley pia Ruto atapata shock kubwa sana Rift Valley, kwa sababu wale mabilionea wale walishafanya kazi na Moi na wana mali huko pia Rift Valley. Ruto ana shida kwa sababu hata upande ya Northeastern wale wafugaji wale mamilionea wako na magorofa hapa Isili wa Somali. Yani wazee tuseme tuachane wa vijana kwanza. Wazee leo nimeona wengine wamekuja Orange House, wamekuja kujoin ODM. Yani tuseme sehemu ya wafugaji wote wale wazee wameinvest na ufugaji, wamekuwa na magorofa, manyumba, yani tuseme wale wana pesa. Ruto atakuja kupata shock sana, yani tuseme Kenya mzima hawamfuati, paka kwake atapata shida.
And you know that the problem with the deputy president is that he wants to emerge as though it's us versus them, and yet when he's saying us versus them, he's actually part of them. You know, he's not. He's a billionaire. So when he's saying us the poor versus them the rich, he's also part of those rich. You see, so that is the irony that people are not getting. You know, so and then he's setting up people, you know, like when you tell someone that we need you to be rich, what is the irony in terms of you being rich and then you come other people setting us against those particular people? You see, now it's like telling them that making it in life is bad, because when I make it, assuming those hustlers are the ones who are now billionaires, they have made their money, would they be happy when you're being set against others, or your children being set against some other people? You know, you shouldn't be isolated or discriminated against because you've worked hard, because out of those billionaires there are people who worked hard for their money. They hustle together. They are the owner of Royal Media Services. How many times did he get frustrated by Moi? You know, he got frustrated. He was in courts every time. He lost so much. By that time, Ruto was in government. Tell me one time where Ruto actually suffered because of the regime. One time. He actually gained from the regime. So the same regime that was Moi, which took advantage of the system, grabbed our economy. He was part of it from that inception up to right now. So right now he wants to pretend to be the savior. So the traitor of yesterday pretends to be the savior of today. You know, that kind of double speak is what people are not getting. And you see, he's hoping to cash in on the sense of that Kenyans probably are people who are lazy, people who don't think. But he'll be shocked because Kenyans are very wise and are very clever. You know, he says that wajinga wajaisha Kenya. It's true, wajinga wajaisha Kenya. And right now, they are trying to tell him that, hey, yes, you stole, you'll bring that money, we will eat it. But yes, come next time, we are going to show you what it all means. So I see a situation where you can hold a lie for a certain time. Indeed, it's true. If the momentum was as it were 2, 3, 4 years ago, probably it would have been. But right now, there's no euphoria. There's no euphoria at all. You can't create a euphoria around Hustler Dynasty. You can't do that. You can't create any euphoria right now. So unless another euphoria comes in, and then again, he wants to be a one-man army. He wants to be the only party leader, the only one party that runs in Kenya, which is also against the constitution, right? So it's going to be a little bit tricky, especially for them, compounded with what the president did today, enumerating what Joe said that those people don't listen. Those people listen. Right now, the media is so, you know, versatile. You have media in your hands. Whatever it is that happens today, even in wherever place of the country, will have reached my village because of people have phones, people are in social media, access to internet is becoming, in some cases, very cheap. Information is coming mara moja. People are saying this and that. So it's becoming easier to access information because of the media industry that we have right now. So they might not have followed it in terms of what is happening, but between now moving forward, guys have already received the information. You know, any average young person has a phone that has internet. Any average young person. Which one is the most developing economy right now? Is the digital economy. So most young people want to join YouTube, Facebook, and stuff like that. So they're accessing information, and this is likely to get to them. I want to probably ask us, I don't know if you want me to leave you, Penny, to continue to the rest, or we make our closing. What do you think, Penny?
Yeah, I think each one of us can take a round and do our parting shot, then we can
Okay,
close.
fine. Okay, fine. Let me invite us to make our parting shot, maybe 1 minute, so that 1 minute each person, so that we make our closing remarks. We can meet again tomorrow. I want to start with the community assist. Are you there? 1 minute? Or is not there? Dakika moja.
Yeah, in fact nashukuru sana, mjadala imekuwa mzuri. Mimi ningependa kusema kuwa in fact William Samoei Ruto, wakati ambapo ninapoangalia akijisifia na first term eti alifanya kazi, so hii second term in fact Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta inafaa before, yani ile wakati atakuwa hai ashukuru Raila Amolo Odinga kwa kuja kufanya handshake na yeye, kwa sababu William Samoei Ruto hii second term alitaka kumsabotage, ndiposa atumie kiegezo kuwa you see first term Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta did nothing, so hii second term yani we did something, then this second term angalia hajafanya lolote. Sasa ndiye apate hizo sympathy votes, but Mungu akasimama. Alafu na kitu kingine ni kuhusu mambo ya BBI. Mambo ya BBI sasa ndio nimekuja kugundua umuhimu wa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta in fact kupatia Raila Amolo Odinga wajibu wa kung'ang'ana na BBI mpaka ikafika ile wakati. Kwa sababu unajua watu wengi tulikuwa tunauliza mbona hatuoni Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta kwa campaign za BBI na nini na nini, so tukaanza kushuku ni kama hii ni kitu amemteka nayo Raila, vile mliona 207 Raila alitegwa na mambo ya Mau Forest. So then kutoka hapo ndio watu tukashuku tukasema hii BBI hii ni mtego. Lakini saa hii wakati hii address ya President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta wakati amesema kuwa in fact BBI ilikuwa na manufaa, hata wakati ulipokuwa unaangalia uso wake alikuwa amesononeka sana kuwa enyewe Kenyans lost. So but mimi ningependa kumshukuru kuwa alipatia Raila Amolo Odinga hiyo wajibu ya kusukumana na BBI, naye akaendelea na na hize big four agenda, whereby mmeona matunda haya yenye jamaa wamekasirika, wanasema kuwa hii 2 hours imekuwa mingi sana, tumeboeka. Yani hiyo inamaanisha kuwa in fact Uhuru amefanya kazi mingi sana mpaka hata uliona zingine alirukaruka akasema kuwa siwezi nikataja kila kitu, which means he has done kwa hii miaka 4 amefanya kazi ya ajabu. Inastahili tumpongeze na tumwambie hakika hata kama ana retire shoulders zikiwa high, even though deputy wake alikuwa na madhumuni mbaya kwa kutaka kumwekea mtego anguke, ndiposa yeye atumie hiyo nafasi ya kujidrive forward. So I gonna say thank you Chairman Mr. Tempa, my fellow panelist na ndugu zangu wenye wako kwa comment section. God bless you and God bless Kenya.
Okay, thank you so much community ancestor. Yani 1 minute inakuwa 3 minutes. Kenya. Okay. Omar, 1 minute tafadhali. Peni nitamaliza na wewe.
Maoni yangu ya mwisho tutazungumza sana, tumepatiwa dakika moja. Mi nashukuru sana kwa hiyo maongezo ya rais amezungumza, na mimi na hope na si kwa nini sina shaka nayo. Mimi naona Uhuru akitoka kwa power lazima apitishe hiyo BBI kwa njia yoyote tu vile amesema, kwa sababu hiyo ni hope ya Uhuru sana sana ya Uhuru. Hata tuachane na Raila, hiyo ni hope ya Uhuru, anajua ile kitu anafanya, kwa sababu hii ni legacy yake. Akiacha kitu fulani, at least watu watakuwa wanamkumbuka Uhuru ameacha kitu fulani. Sasa hii mambo ya BBI atahakikisha kwa njia lolote atapitisha, kwa sababu mi vile najua commander in chief, mtu yeyote akuja azuilie kitu yake anataka kuipitisha yeye mwenyewe amependekeza, inakuwa ni ngumu sana, kwa sababu wengi wameona huyu president amenyamaza, akisema kitu afanyangi, yani yuko tu hivyo hivyo, lakini tutakuja kuona action yake wakati hao majaji wakubwa wataamua next year, tutakuja kuona reaction yake. Na nimemwona Uhuru ni mtu anataka Kenya isirudi pale ilikuwako, kwa sababu wamesha Uhuru president mwenyewe ameshajua ujanja pali, ujanja wote pali inatoka kwa majaji, ujanja wote inatoka kwa mapolitician. Yani vile huyu deputy yake anafanya, hakuna kitu Uhuru ajui. Sasa anataka kumwonyesha yeye ndio kusema saa ya mwisho. Hiyo tu ndio nilikuwa nataka kuzungumza. Nawatakia la heri na laleni salama.
Thank you, asante sana Omar. Joe.
Thank you so much. I'll take 1 minute, like you said. Majua, we are going towards electioneering period, and the situation is not good because of the two competing sides. We know the history of both of them. We know where Raila has come from. We know where Ruto has come from. We know who Raila associates with, and we know who Ruto associates with. We know what Raila can take and what he cannot take, and the same with Ruto. Now, Ruto has the money, and he has the wrong company, and he has the bitterness. We have seen people who are so much focused on one thing and are so dangerous that if they don't get it, they go down with the country. So this coming election, if Raila is to win, he should win the kabisa without any iota of doubt kwamba the elections has been rigged. We have seen the character like Ruto anasikizana na Museveni. We know how Museveni got to power. We know what he was talking here with Moi, pretending wanafanya peace na already kusikizana, but underground he was doing his own things, and that's how he captured Uganda. These are the associates of Ruto. We know what Bashir has been doing. Those are his associates. And I think apart from Bashir and Museveni, hana watu wengine. And his closeness with also Museveni is not good for us at all. So for Kenyans, has to be very careful and make a good choice if they want a good future for this country. As for Uhuru, I think Uhuru has been fighting very hard this second term to leave something at least that resembles a legacy. If you see the work he has done during the second term, he's been quiet, not talking, but he's been working. I think it's far much better. It far much outdoes the first term. So during the remaining months, he should not lose focus on what he's doing. Let him take us up to the end and hand over this country in a peaceful manner. That will be his best legacy that he could leave for this country. Thank you.
The shortest 1 minute. Okay. Is James one here? Okay. Penny, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So what I would like to comment is that I think today was the turning point for us as a nation. Yeah, the State of the Nation address was quite important and relevant to us at this time. And I just want to commend His Excellency for the work he has done. And I also want to commend the other presidential candidates. They have not been very, very vigorous with the elections. They are very systematic because they understand that elections are ijafika, and we are just looking forward to the time when Raila will unveil his presidency, and we are also looking forward to the time when Jubilee will have their national delegates conference, and I think that is going to be the turning point. So I think we are now approaching a very important moment when Baba is going to reveal whether he's going to run or not. And I think from there on now, there shall begin to be very serious campaigns. And mine is just to urge our fellow citizens to really be very careful on the kind of a candidate that they're going to choose, because economically, politically, socially, we are at a very fragile position, and we need a leader who has the interest of this nation at heart, as opposed to people who just want to grab power for the sake of it. So let's make our choices very wisely. Yeah, that's my parting shot.
Thank you so much, Penny. Very exact. 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, we really appreciate you coming on. Dennis Odieki, Martin Wilson, Shengazi, Wycliffe Machora, Agatha Chuchi, PG Games, Fidelis, Penyagaka, and all the others. We really thank you. And it's always a pleasure having you to share your opinion, your comments with us. Kindly remember, it's Keep It Mutembei TV every other day when we are having a discussion. We'll share the link, you join in, and kindly also subscribe to the channel if you haven't, and keep the conversation going. Remember, we must always keep talking. We are all Kenyans, and Kenya is our business, and everything that happens in Kenya affects us in one way or another. So we pray and hope that our engagement will be able to inform someone to make an informed decision, an informed choice come next year. We really love being with you here. See you again tomorrow. Until next time, bye for the panelists, Joe, James, Penny. See you. Bye.
Bye.